get ready in 3 minutes. All right. Good morning, everybody. We have a quorum, but I just want to make sure people are here. So we'll get started in 3 minutes at 10:05. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everybody. Let's get started for today. Before we get to roll call, I just want to take 1 second to recognize Fort Lauderdale, which got almost 26 inches of rain last night. And I think for those of us who live in the city of New Orleans who are constantly worried about climate change and the threat of what it can do to our systems, I just want to give a second to recognize them. Councilmember Morrell will not be in attendance today. He's attending to some personal issues, but we do have a quorum with council members Moreno and Green here, so we will get started. I will entertain a motion for approval of the April 12th, 2023 quarterly budget committee meetings, moved by Councilmember Green, second by Councilmember Moreno. 3 yeas, no nays. And we'll get started with our last round of first quarter budget updates, beginning with the quarterly ARPA update from the administration. Please feel free to come forward. And I just guess I would remind everybody that our usual practice is we get excited when we see stuff. And so we tend to break in at points in the presentation where we have questions or would like some feedback as opposed to waiting to the end. So that's the way it's worked for pretty much everybody. They're at the end. Good morning.
Morning.
So for the record of the table, we have Courtney Story, CAO Gilbert Montano, Shelby Flynn, and Dr. Jenna Vecno.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Druso, members of the committee.
We will get started with the agenda if it's okay.
Please.
All right. So just a quick overview, what we're planning on trying to establish and provide information on is an overview of the tranche one allocation status, a tranche part one, excuse me, appropriation overview, and something that we've been working on for a long time and we've been highlighting and articulating for many months is a Arpa dashboard, an interactive real-time, monthly updated standard interface that the public, the council, those interested by any means can see how their money's spent, where it's going. And I feel like some significant detail associated with that. And then Dr. Avegno is going to present part two of the appropriation proposal for tranche two with a real focus on violence prevention and human services. That has been significantly discussed over the course of time. And then obviously we'll take questions. As we get to throughout the presentation, I beg forgiveness in case I interject or have some comments to buttress any of the presentation topics. So the first few will be relatively standard and straightforward. This is the appropriation status of tranche one, as we know, based on our lost revenue strategy and opportunity. Fortunately, unfortunately, that has been appropriated directly into our general fund so that we were able to use those dollars to augment our lost revenue issues.
The next, Gilbert, yeah. I'm sorry. Can I ask
Sure.
one question?
Sure.
We made this appropriation of 1.5 million for broadband, but given the
Sure.
IJA dollars, I see a smile there. Would it be more appropriate to reallocate that money?
That would be our request. This was a request that didn't really have a lot of bookends associated with it. So I think one of our suggested comments and suggestions and asks would be a reallocation of these particular dollars to a higher and better use. Not that that's not, but as you prefaced, with other opportunities significantly larger than the 1.5, we think a better value add would be going after those.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
And we wanted to give you an update on the utility gas program, as I know that was a major council initiative, and where we are in the status of that. And the crux of it is, because it's only identified for gas, those arreared accounts aren't nearly as big as, say, the electric side of it. And I think there were on another round of batches to allocate for that particular program as well.
Yeah. Hang on one second. Okay, we Councilmember Moreno may come back on that for a second, so we might put a pin in that and come back to it.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay,
all right.
So much of tranche two part one appropriation overview has been highlighted by other agencies already presenting before the council. You'll see the year-to-date spend right now is many of them are zeros, as we highlighted. What we anticipated for quarter one, and particularly maybe even part of quarter two, was the development of CEAs, contracts, the foundational aspects set up for many of these high priority needs, both on the fund balance side as well as the ARPA appropriation side. I believe in the next several months, those numbers are going to significantly teeter now that we have ongoing many of these other overcoming many of the challenges that we're facing through the CEA contractual process. As we always known and articulated, there's more challenges than you would imagine spending this type of amount of money, both on the capacity side, but also on the administrative and logistical side. So happy to take or address any questions. I know many of these have been discussed by the agencies themselves, but we hope that these numbers, this will be an ongoing sheet that will significantly change over the next several months. And of course, as we know and have highly articulated, ARPA was designed for a 3-year budget process. So many of these will last the sustainability period over those course of 3 years.
Yeah, I guess the two things I would just say is, one, we look forward to seeing this spend down probably by third quarter of this year. And two, I'm extraordinarily excited to see the sewage and water board substation being fully funded, because I think we want to remain, I mean, that has to remain on track. There's no two ways about it.
And I do want to make sure that there is clarity and reality for both this tranche allocation as well as the one Dr. Avegno is going to highlight. We know and can anticipate not every dollar is going to be spent, and we're going to get to a period of time where we have to do some reevaluation, both with the administration and the council, because of either the potential lag in spending or some other issue that has resulted in having the ability to come back to the council in anticipation of reallocation at some period for any of these programs that have not quite taken off the way we all hoped and anticipated. We can almost plan that. One thing we do not want to do is obviously send any of this money back. So we want to make sure that we are watching it as consequentially and timely as possible. And if it comes to the need where we see hypothetically any one of these particular programs not being spent down at a rate that will have completion by the end of that period, then we will certainly ask for a reallocation in conjunction with the council.
So Gilbert, just to put a fine point on it, the funds have to be spent by 2026 or allocated by 2026?
I always get I get them mixed. There's a difference between spent and encumbered.
Right.
So they must be obligated by December 31st, 2024 and spent by December 31st of 2026.
Okay. And so the plan would be like a year before that, if it's not spent, to have a reallocate and to have them encumbered in a different way.
And I think part of the next presentation on the ARPA dashboard is really going to give anytime visualization on where we are with projects. So I think we all can collectively be able to determine and evaluate what is getting spent and what is not. And I certainly hope and anticipate that the directors, where many of these funds are being allocated, will have direct impact and conversation related to that.
Thank you.
Okay, so the ARPA, any questions on the first? Okay, so then we'll dive into the ARPA dashboard. This is something that we were hopeful and anticipating. Want to really highlight that this is the not quite the bare bones, but it's only going to get better from this. This is something that we have modeled off of other cities in a lot of ways, but also put a finer point into the New Orleans, suggested comments and questions that we know that we need to be cognizant of. I think it gives a straight line of transparency and visualization on the particular numbers. Internally, we know that the most important piece of this website is the data and making sure that we have accuracy of the data. But I feel like we are on a great start. It will only get built upon directly from this. It is, as Shelby will highlight, it's connected directly into our financial system and our project code system. So this is not a manual process. So we feel like we'll be saving time, energy, effort, and have a finer point to ensure that those numbers are accurate and the project timelines are associated or accurate as well. And bearing any other high-level questions, I'll turn it over to Shelby and her team, who have worked very diligently and hard on this project.
Good morning. So this dashboard was created to have a centralized source of information about the city's American Rescue Plan Act funding and how it's going to be invested. And our goal has been to create something that's going to be accessible.
Shelby, you mind just getting a little closer to the mic so we can all hear you? Thank you. No problem.
So it's created to be something that's accessible, informative, but also something that can evolve as our projects are implemented and we have more information. And so it starts with a high-level overview of what the American Rescue Plan Act is and how the funds can be used. And then if you scroll down, it shows how our funds have been appropriated at a very high level. We wanted to sort of distinguish the original investment in our revenue replacement from these priority projects that we're now investing in. And so this portal really focuses on the priority project appropriations, which total about 141 million and fall into 4 categories: public safety, public health and infrastructure, public health and human services, infrastructure and youth services. And then if you keep scrolling, there is a section for each of those 4 main priority areas that describes why we're investing in that area, how it's important to our community. If you click on it, it'll show you the project name, the description, and how much has been spent. So we spent 11.7 so far on the retention incentives that we paid earlier this month. Like Gilbert said, this is real time, so that just updated recently. And yeah, you can click through any of them, see a project. Every section's the same, so we don't really need to click through every single one, but they're all there. I think you can keep going.
So we can hope and anticipate that this page will be significantly populated with all the other corresponding projects that I just went over and the status thereof and the cost allocation and just where we are. And as we said, we hope to go live with this website this week, barring the last set of beta testing, and really start in full stride as this dollars gets spent down. So as everything in it, we've always said is an evolution. So if there is other comments from stakeholders, community members, or the council that you'd like to see differently, or, you know, better highlighted or punctuated, we're open for that. We are doing a combination of internal and external resources to maintain and build the website. So we have capacity for any of those ideas or suggestions, but we hope this to be a model throughout for ARPA spending.
Yeah, I think it's exciting, Gilbert. And I know a lot of times you're asked, we're asked in chambers, where is the money gone? What does it look like? And I think for all of us to be able to direct people to a single point of contact on the city's website will be a benefit for everyone.
Yes, sir.
So thank you to you and your team, excuse me, for doing that.
Absolutely. All right. And moving right along. Want to just throw this slide out there. And we talked about some of these issues about the timeline of these and when they're obligated and when they need to be spent and how we're monitoring them, et cetera. But also wanted to talk a little bit about a primer for fund balance projects. And I know our offices, I believe, have all connected for more direct communication and evaluation with each of the council offices to discuss some of the fund balance projects and the ARPA projects and some of the accounting associated with it. But I did want to call to attention fund balance number, because I know that has been a source of discussion both through the media and through the community members and with the council members, and really wanted to put a finer point on really what is and how much is left in the fund balance, and how we can really have a direct visualization under that. And as you all know, that the fund balance will not be known until the audit is actually complete. So there may be a bunch of different numbers, rolling income statement numbers that are out there that are significantly large that don't have a bookend in it. And one of the numbers that we really want to highlight, remember, whatever the rolling income statement number is, you have to subtract a significant amount of funding that we have already committed for the next several years. In particular, the $100 million emergency fund would be built into the rolling income statement. The vehicles and equipment fund balance projects that we have close to $50 million associated with, and then all the other fund balance projects associated to that, which equate to about $50 million, which would include the DNA backlog, the judgment lift, safety and permit staff, illegal dumping backlog, and other issues. But then also wanted to be cognizant of also future expenditures that we have to anticipate. And I know Chairman Russo, you and I have talked about this significantly, and all we're trying to highlight in this piece of presentation is really a caution of existing one-time number because of the anticipated expenses that we have. It's trying to maintain a strategy where we have significant spending out there for the highest needs and priorities, but also a containment strategy so that we're being thoughtful for the years to come. Remember, we provided the budget through a budget to actual perspective, meaning that come Q3, come Q4, we're going to have to shore up many of the agencies. That money is going to have to be drawn from somewhere. Remember, we have the end of the SAFER grant, which is almost 60 firefighters that is coming to the end, that's going to have to bleed into the general fund as well. We have the Emperor's payment related to some of the retention pieces. All these are multi-million-dollar price tags. And so although the rolling income statement shows a significant number out there, I think some of the things reported were almost $300 million. That's actually not the case at all. Much of that money has been committed, and we don't even know where the exact number is going to lie until we actually have that audit. So just wanted to do a tiny bit of primer level setting. I know we have individual meetings in the coming weeks, but trying to contain is also important as we move forward with, on the other hand, using many of these dollars to the highest and best use. So with that, I could stand for any.
Mr.
Hang on.
CAO, could you just, I'm sorry.
Just
I thought you were
yeah, I know. I'm getting to you. Councilmember Green.
Okay. Could you simply, as close as you can, I know that there's some flexibility there for the purposes of the general public. So those who are talking to us, tell me when the audit will be finished, approximately.
The finance department has highlighted June, July.
And that's
That's for
fine.
the
That
20,
helps
that's
me.
for the 22 audit.
right. That helps me
Right.
with discussions at community groups, those who have desires to see the city spend money in certain areas that we don't know where we can go until June or July, because we have to do it based on audit.
Correct.
That's all. Thank
And that's the real number. And there may be confusion as to that, but remember, we don't have our closeouts. So we may have, departments that have contracts, invoices that have not been closed out. So without having a bookend to really understand what has been finally closed out, we don't know what that lasting number is.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Okay, and so now I'll turn it over to Dr. Avegno. Now, really want to, I know Dr. Avegno has socialized this with many of the council members, the community members, and city agencies as a whole. I think what the administration, the mayor was trying to highlight for here is almost a dichotomy. We significantly invested multi-millions of dollars into our public safety agencies for recruitment, retention, vital, important needs. This particular initiatives associated with the presentation is really focusing on a non-violence intervention strategies, a lot of workforce development opportunities, generational opportunities that we hope will in some way address our violent crime issues from a different angle. This is only a presentation. This has to be developed into an ordinance. And I say that clearly in that this is not concrete. We know that there has to be input, obviously, from the council that hasn't already been provided, in our agencies and the like, and final blessing. So this is only a presentation. We are not submitting an ordinance relative to this, but I think based on the swell of groundwork and socialization that has been occurred, we feel as an administration, this is a blessed and opportune presentation that we think will make a significant impact, or at least lay the ground for the future as it relates to our investment of ARPA tranche 2, part 2 funding. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Avegno, and feel free to interrupt or have any questions thereafter.
Thanks, Gilbert. Thank you, everyone, for having me here today. I'm really honored and pleased to be able to present this package on behalf of the administration, but it is more than just me. It is many departments, as you can see, coming together to figure out how can we best leverage each of our agencies and strong community partners to provide real catalytic investment in violence prevention. As Gilbert showed, we've invested over $80 million in the last tranche on public safety. And I think we can all agree that we need a robust, compassionate, empathetic, and highly skilled public safety response to violence. But if we do that in the absence of a similar investment in prevention and intervention, then we're not going to get very far. I do want to say that this is not the violence prevention strategy, because ARPA is not set up that way. ARPA is not, as you all know, easy money. It is very restrictive. It has a time limit, and there are lots of constraints on the way the money can be used. So this is very different than having discretionary funding at our disposal. However, what we can and must use it for is a real down payment on some big catalytic programs and initiatives that can then form the basis of a greater strategy. And when we look at a violence prevention strategy, we've identified several best practice buckets. And what we did in trying to come up with these programs is make sure they fit within those buckets, make sure they fit within the city's existing strategic plans, whether it was the health department plan or the economic development plan, so that we're all getting the most bang for our buck. So you're going to see programs that hit youth development, mental health support, place-based support, hospital and community intervention-based intervention and interruption, and economic and practical supports. Again, I want to highlight that we've tried to do the best we can collectively to make this money go as far as it possibly can to really kick off what we hope will be a long-term investment on the order of what other cities do in terms of efforts. Next slide, Courtney. So we're going to start off with possibly the biggest ticket item, but also the one that I think has the most potential and has the most urgency in terms of time. And this hits at both youth development and mental health support. I think we've heard in this chamber and elsewhere, and certainly in the community time and time again, that the mental health needs of our children are vast, and we are not meeting them in many, many ways, even though we have a lot of people doing really good work. And I think as a city, we have not been able to, for many reasons, to make a significant investment in partnership with our school system, with our strong mental health providers to do that. I think we have the opportunity to change that in a significant way. So we're proposing $10 million to support the partnership between New Orleans Public Schools. Again, they are the entity in this city that interface with most of our children all day, every day. So again, the highest yield. In a program that's been developed and tested by Children's called Thrive Kids. They've done this in other places and have a model that they are ready to launch. What it would provide, and we know our schools do the best they can in providing in-school services, but again, clearly it's not enough. So what they're proposing to do is work with the public schools. And again, this work has already been begun to identify 10 to 20 of the schools in greatest need, with the highest risk students, the most burden of services needed, and deploy really robust campus specific teams. So a strike team, if you will, in those schools all day, every day to augment the existing services, but really to provide significant added capacity, both in school and then connecting to outside resources, whether it's in that system or with our partners. But they're also wanting to provide district-wide services to support every school in terms of ease of access, referrals, case management, helping families know what's available and get it to the kids quickly. There is significant buy-in, both sort of in theory and also financially from the schools and from Children's. Everyone is putting skin in this game. But again, as a city, I think we have to make a profound investment in kids and their mental health. I know the question has come up, and certainly we discussed this from the very beginning. What happens after 3 years, right? This is a big chunk of money. What happens after 3 years? The work that this council and administration have already begun in terms of getting the schools to improve the ability to get Medicaid reimbursement is going to play a large part in that. Right now, they're leaving money on the table because our system is decentralized and does not have, in many, many cases, unless you are a big, robust charter, the ability to bill Medicaid for services. The down payment that this council has allocated and the work that we're doing together in 3 years' time should yield tremendous benefits, and that much of this will pay for itself. And Children's and the schools have committed and will commit to working with us to secure gap funding and funding over the 3 years. So I do want to make that clear, because certainly we don't want to start something that we can't finish.
Dr. Vegna, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you touched on one of my questions, which is, well, 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we were worried about other things and not funding because of that. So knowing that there's a pipeline of Medicaid funding helps make up for recurring costs. That's crucial. The other thing this says that I've asked about is that it start at 10 campus specific teams with district-wide services. So that suggests that it's both place-based but at the same time trying to track kids wherever they may be throughout the city, irrespective of where their schools are. Will you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the ideal is, and I do have representatives from the program here if you want to learn a little more, that the schools would work to identify which have the greatest need, and they would get those sort of play space in school services. And they have, this is all going to be done with the schools. It's going to be done based on, objective criteria. It's not going to be just sort of willy-nilly. So that'll be place-based, but then sort of this larger centralized ability to serve any school. So, Councilman Jeruso, you've been on the emails that I've got. Something happens at a school, nobody knows, with a kid, the school nurses doesn't know who to call. They reach out to you, they reach out to me. Meanwhile, the poor kid, is just sort of sitting there languishing for days or weeks while everybody tries to do their best to figure it out. This is our fragmented system. What they're proposing would provide a lot more centralization, and now you know who to call. And so those services happen quickly and they're more appropriate and they're better for the family.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next, if we can. Brittany, I can drive if you want. So there's another large investment for the Office of Workforce Development. And I don't know if Sine, I will touch on the highlights, but there are more details in here. Again, youth development and economic stability are key pillars of any long-term successful violence prevention plan. One of the intersections of that is when kids 16, 17 come to that critical point where they're getting really close to being disconnected from the system. They've been absent, they're starting to be more absent, they're about to really fall off a cliff, and they have nothing else. And by the time we know about them, it's often too late. So working with Director Villavaso, there is a national program called Justice for American Graduates, the JAG program, that is actually operational in Louisiana and other parishes, that puts a trained staff in schools whose sole job is to get the kids that are flagged as about to be truant, about to fall out the system, keep them in the system, not only getting them to a high school degree, but working with them to show them what their options will be post high school. The state has operated this. This is a big priority of Governor Edwards. The evidence on it is pretty amazing. It takes kids who are about to drop out, and their national graduation rates are 95%. So they not only have a diploma, but they're also getting really intense one-on-one. So Director Villavaso has been working with the schools to bring this about. That's the largest chunk of this money. There's at least 10 of the high schools that are really interested in it. She's hoping to get it to as many as possible. And again, the state is involved in this. She also has a plan for how to sustain it afterwards. There's a lot in here as well, in terms of training and earning and bringing up our economic stability of our high-risk folks. Economic prosperity is a major prevention tool for violence, and too many of our residents just don't have enough opportunities to access it. And we'll talk a little bit more in one of the other plans. Next. So now let's talk about infrastructure and place-based interventions. We've talked about this before, and I think the council is very aware of this, that there is a significant role in simple infrastructure improvements in preventing violent crime, whether it's enhanced lighting, greening, simple blight reduction, right? We're not talking about tearing down houses and building new neighborhoods, because we know that doesn't work. But there's some really great research that has been adopted by our partners at Tulane, where they have, for the last several years, very quietly been working with code enforcement to remediate lots and blight. This is an employment opportunity for folks who are doing the greening, and it also improves neighborhood conditions. And they're showing some really promising results. We would like to continue this. They've applied for another long-term funding source for this, but there's a gap. So we'd like to fill that gap. And we'd also, in working with the Violent Crime Task Force, the plan is to actively identify the hottest of the hot spots to do the treatments, the greenings, the lightings. Whereas before it was more of an academic trial. Now we're going to really double down on the hot spots. So that's part one of infrastructure investments. Number two. And then spearheaded, yeah.
Can I ask
go ahead.
about this very
Sure.
quickly? So, some of this stuff also feels like we're stacking things on top of each other too. So we have the $10 million that we've allocated to code enforcement for blight remediation. Now the $1 million to expand the healthy neighborhood program. I think all of us are keenly interested in that. I think the question that I would have is just making sure that the left hand knows what the right is doing in terms of reducing blight, reducing violence, making communities and neighborhoods much safer than they are right
Yeah,
now.
and I'd say this is a complementary approach. Tulane and code enforcement do work hand in hand. And because of the way they've been funded, they've been able to contract, the Tulane work has been contracted out. So it's not dependent on code enforcement employees, which I think we're looking to do certainly with public safety, and I think is a benefit of this program. Yep, sorry. The sort of plus one to greening and infrastructure, came from some innovative work that's been done in other cities, right? We might think we're different, but really many cities have the same problem. And so we've done a deep dive into how they're addressing or how they're using the opportunity to remediate blight to create healthier communities. And a few communities have leveraged city assets. And so I want to really give a shout out to OCAI and Sydney for being the brainchild of this. The city owns a lot of single family lots where we have to maintain it anyway, and there's really not much there. And they're scattered through neighborhoods. They're all over the city. What other cities have done is worked with neighbors on that particular block to transform that unused space into a little tiny pocket park, right? Think of Legacy Park downtown. It's a little tiny space. We're not talking playground equipment. We're not talking anything fancy, but it could play a role in stormwater retention and climate change resilience efforts, but also improve the quality of the neighbors in the way that they want to see it. And again, we know from research out of Philadelphia and elsewhere, when you reduce blight by simple greening techniques, you decrease violence and you increase quality of life. So we're really excited to work with all of these departments on, we estimate that somewhere between 30 and 35, OCAI already has mapped out where we have assets on top of where our highest crime rates are. So we are actually putting the treatment in the right places. And so we're excited to get this developed. Next. Something very near and dear to my heart, and that, I want to, this is an example to me of how a really small investment in Arpa and the initial Arpa funds has blossomed to something far greater than we could have imagined. So the council was and the administration awarded the health department $20,000 in the initial Arpa tranche to buy gun locks and start a gun safety campaign. Using that, we went to our community partners, particularly our trauma surgeons at Children's and elsewhere. They immediately got excited they have put far more than $20,000 into a joint campaign, and you'll be seeing the ads and billboards and all sorts of things. And now we are launching, starting Saturday, actually, our safe firearm storage giveaways. We've got flyers. I'm hopeful you are not going to be able to go a day without hearing about this program or seeing one of our ads. We want to keep this going, and we don't want this to be a one-time thing. Children's has committed to doing this as long as it takes through their clinical sites. We've got an additional grant from the American Academy of Pediatrics, but what we would really like to do is what other cities have done successfully and fund a campaign that will last for 2 to 3 years, because part of this is really changing the behaviors and minds of our citizens, that we need to make safe storage the norm, not the exception. We need it to be okay for folks to say, hey, my kid's coming over to play at your house. Is your house locked up? Is your gun locked up? If it's not, here's a place where you can go and get a gun lock for free. So again, we're asking for a little bit more to really make this broad. And then similarly, we know, and we've talked a lot about hospital and community-based violence interruption programs. We know we've had versions of them over the years, but we've chronically underfunded them. And I'm happy to say, and I appreciate the council's approval of the Wisner money to help UMC restart the hospital violence interruption, but we can't expect them to do it all. So what we are actively doing now is pursuing DOJ funding that would fund the community-based street outreach arm of the violence intervention program that would work hand in hand with the hospital team, but be those eyes and ears on the street to hopefully mediate before anybody got to the hospital. The grant is a big one. We've got a great team working on it, but it's not going to, if we are awarded the grant, and I feel confident we have a good shot, it's not going to be until the end of the year. 9 months is too long, right? We need help now. So as we're building the hospital program, we want to get the community program started as well. So we're asking the Office of Gun Violence, and we're supporting some startup money to get the work started. And then when the grant comes in, to be able to hit the, we will have already hit the ground running, and we won't waste another several months trying to get things organized. Next slide. As I've said a couple of times, economic stability, meaningful long-term economic stability for individuals and families is probably the best way that a community prevents an epidemic of violence. And that's been challenging for New Orleans, but we have opportunities to fix that. Again, particularly when you think about domestic violence, right? One of the number one drivers of domestic violence is economic instability on the part of the partner who cannot leave. So if we do nothing else, we need to create better financial security for our families to at least address that. We can't, with this amount of money, right? We could spend $100 million on financial security, and we probably need to, but that's beyond the scope of ARPA. What we're looking to do in partnership with the Office of Economic Development is to have a moderate investment, $5 million, to have a call for programs to submit their proposals to serve at least 500 individuals each with asset building, right? We know that so many of our families are just one hit away from disaster, and it's because they don't have a bank, they don't have a credit rating, they need a car so they can get to the job or the training program or whatever it is. But because they're always without that, then they sink further and further into poverty. We know that there are programs doing this work, programs like TCA, programs like United Way that have real meaningful asset building, and we want to catalyze the work they're already doing. And if we could serve a few thousand people and get them to that next step, we think it would be an excellent return on investment, both for those individuals and for the community at large.
I guess a couple of things. One is, would city employees be eligible for this too?
In terms of participating in a program?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Our goal is to have a NOFO or a sort of multi-vendor RFP where we'll ask, ideally award $1 million to each program so they can do some real work, with the goal of serving 500 people each. So I think it would be open to everybody in the community.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess part of the reason I'm asking is I think one of the agencies used to have like a soft second program internally. And I know we've all talked about this before, is for teachers, first responders, people who, and people who clean inside City Hall, people who pick up the trash, people who make below a certain dollar amount threshold level. What are we doing to asset build as much as possible?
Right. No, I would put no restrictions on who could benefit from this.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next slide. Similarly, we know that for our unhoused population, they are at incredible risk of violence and early mortality. And again, we can and should at some point be spending many, many, many millions on fixes, real affordable housing developments and subsidies and all the things that we need to do to get our folks into housing. Our latest estimate is that we have 400 unsheltered homeless living on the street. That is a solvable problem, right? But we want to use the ARPA funds to the highest and best use, knowing the limitation and knowing that they will expire over 3 years while we're working on long-term plan. With this 10 million, we think, and this will be routed through Office of Community Development. We think that there are some big services that we could provide. Number one, increasing the number of outreach workers has been consistently identified as a huge gap. And this could go a long way. Directing more resources to rapid rehousing, which is a program that gets folks into a temporary residence with the idea that in 6 to 12 months, they will be case managed to be able to then afford the next residence on their own. Again, increased case management, increased use of some temporary non-congregate housing ideas, like the hotels that we used during COVID, just to get folks in a place. When you get the Housing First model shows, when you get folks in a shelter, then the caseworkers can find them and they can get their medicine and they're much more likely to move to the next step. So OCD is working to develop the proposals. It's going to be open to any of our housing providers or housing services providers that really can do the work. And it's about doing the work and doing the work quickly. What this 10 million allows us to do is leverage a $5 million private commitment that's been spearheaded by some of our local business and civic leaders, Bill Hines, Judge Johnson, who rounded up the business community to support an unsheltered homelessness grant application to HUD that was ultimately not successful, but they have pledged to continue this 5 million investment to leverage these 10 million. So this is really, you put down 10 million and you get 15 million.
I have a quick question
Yeah.
on that.
Councilmember Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the $10 million, I'm seeing that it's going to be dispersed through a notice of funding availability. So I just wanted to, and I think this is what you were mentioning, is that all different types of groups will be able to apply for
Yes.
this funding. So we won't just be hold into just using one particular group.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think the last one, sorry, I've been up here for a while, is $1 million for food security programs. So it really shocked me to learn that New Orleans is ranked the #2 most food insecure city in America, which is ludicrous to me because we can grow it, we can cook it, and it's everywhere. But I think it just goes to sort of the unequal way that our residents are able to access food choices. A lot of cities are coming up with innovative ideas to reduce this using their Arpa dollars. And so what we are proposing for this is to develop programs. And again, these are likely programs that we would offer an RFP and see who could provide the services to address food security, but food security with appropriate nutrition, right? As we know, if you have a corner store on your block, you might have access to food, but it's not healthy food and it does not produce good outcomes. But then also, how can we leverage our strong food service and small business ecosystem to say, is there for example, a local entrepreneur who could come up with a top box type program? And I know there's some of those like that, but how can we support that so that folks get healthy, fresh food, but we can also develop our small business ecosystem? So we're going to be working in partnership with OED to develop sort of whether it's a NOFO or an RFP or however it does, to serve as many people as we can, and particularly focus on those areas, those food deserts with limited access to food. And I think that is all for us. Okay.
All right, Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. As I've followed the presentation, especially the different areas considered for funding, many of these things are not new. They've been done before. The pocket parks in Zion City, the 9th Ward, Lower 9, New Orleans East, Gertown, Central City along O.C. Haley. These little areas that were developed that are now overgrown, not pocket parks anymore, but pocket blight. How do we assure that we maintain that? And while we're trying to maintain it, does this investment stop it from being turned into affordable housing or a spot where someone can develop a house at some point. And so how does that work? Because we're making an investment, but the affordable housing crisis is real. Maybe an equal investment could be if someone can build an affordable house there, not just a pocket park. So how's that going to work?
Yeah, maintenance is one of the things that we discussed when we had our first meeting, and Sydney, if there's anything you want to say about that, come on up. But written into this money would be, a requirement to maintain, right? And I know that's easier said than done, but I will tell you that Mike Karam, who is the head of Parks and Parkways, heard that very clearly and is very committed to that. As for the affordable housing, so, it really is, it depends on which way, what you think is more impactful. We're talking about 30 lots here. So yes, 30, I don't know that 30 single family houses would be necessarily solving the affordable housing problem. Maybe
it would solve it for those 30.
Right. And so I guess you have to determine what is the best way to go about this. The violence reduction path or the affordable housing path, they don't necessarily have to be in odds. And I will say, we have a lot more. Sydney, how many parcels do we have? Do you want to come and talk a little bit?
Well, they're
a lot of other parcels that we could turn into affordable housing plus the park.
Yeah. Well,
speak for you.
But I think it's all part of violence reduction.
Yeah.
Anytime you create an opportunity in a safe space, it's violence reduction.
No, I appreciate the point. I think in the short term, absolutely the violence prevention outcomes of just cleaning and greening these lots are very clear. To your point, I think in the longer term, no, redeveloping them for affordable housing or other community serving uses are not out of the question. And on the maintenance piece, the other thing I'll add is some of the other cities that we've looked at who've had really successful programs like Baltimore have community stewardship programs that are tagged on top of the initial investment. And just having that community investment as well can go a long way with maintenance.
Well, in the Baltimore example, when they did that, many of those places were temporary, especially if you're familiar with the drug trade and the gangs in Baltimore. A very good friend of mine I played ball with from Baltimore. It wasn't long range. And that was, especially on the west side. If you're familiar with the history of that area, they made the investment, but it wasn't a sustainable effort investment. It worked initially. So I think our challenge here is, and I like the fact that you make the initial investment to stabilize it, but then does that take it out of the potentially the affordable housing market or an opportunity to develop housing? That's really my question.
I think the short answer is no, it doesn't
Okay.
include future development. Greening these lots will make them more marketable. We do have a few lots that really need some love in terms of just clearing them and greening them to make them developable. But again, I think the short-term investment for community is huge.
Okay. The next thing is leveraging agencies. I really like that. How do we leverage these funds with other agencies? But then the question is, we've leveraged agencies for a long time here. New Orleans is the green stuff in the vial in the social science lab for fixing all of the social ills, especially the little bad children and education and opportunity and workforce training. So agencies here have done well. When you talk about the social science of it, they've made billions of dollars over years. Many of those agencies still exist. How are we looking at those agencies in terms of the success? Funding to fix our problems has not been an issue. But the question is a combination of, are we tracking that agency? Over the last 40 years, this group has gotten $30 million to fix the little bad kids. We have more bad kids now. So are we going to use some type of metric to say, how do we have some guidelines for this kid based on the millions more they get or we want to give them? And are we looking at other agencies that have been left out of the nonprofit money wheel, who maybe we could fund, who may have a different relationship than the historical agencies who always get the money?
I think you bring up two really important things, and I'm sorry I didn't mention this throughout all of these programs. There is an evaluation component to each, right? And so whether it's the Thrive Kids whether it's the gun safety and the community violence, because you're right. We can't just keep doing things if we have no idea that they work. So one of the things that is going to be written into the metrics is how are we tracking who we're serving, what they're getting, what are the outcomes, and is it a
And
success?
funding.
And who we're funding, that's why so many of these are competitive. Because we don't just want to keep giving it to the same folks over and over. Maybe they're doing a great job, but there's certainly room for others. So I'm really excited to see who is going to come up with a financial stability and asset building program, because I'm hopeful it'll be some folks that we haven't seen before in that space, but might have better other skills that really set them apart.
Well, I actually like the way it was broken down, because if you look at what you want to accomplish, you can kind of already match it to a city agency. You know, and I think sometimes we look at these reports in isolation, right? But when you were talking about the Office of Economic Development, right? And how do we use that as a tool for violence reduction? Immediately, what I thought, especially with the CAO there and the great job he's doing, is that I got people calling me every day that their permit's been sitting on somebody's desk to open up their new business for the last several months. And that's a great tool economic development could use, because they're going to hire people, their business is going to open. So is this, you know, and so I'm just looking, because it kind of coincides with a lot of different stuff that already. And so, while we're looking at this stuff, are we looking at the internal stuff that could match the new stuff?
Yeah, I think it's a very valid and poignant point. And the short answer is yes, absolutely. Safety and permits, code enforcement, some of those Office of Business and External Services agencies should be, you know, writing checks for the city, printing money left and right, and really be the core economic driver. There is a lot underway in both those agencies to rebuild, reestablish. I think right now, to your point, to just put a little granularity on it, there's a commitment to have external consultants to better evaluate, you know, the whole process of the permitting and who touches it at what stage and where is the delays and where's the timelines, as well as the larger vision of OBES, Office of Business Externals as well. It's not being looked at specifically on how that could be a cure for a lot of our revenue challenges that we currently face.
And when you talk about green space and pocket parks, the Christina Ford plan from the 90s, where city planning and redevelopment, they thought that pocket parks and green spaces should be part of every time there's a development. That study's still on the shelf. So we may want to revisit that at some point. And I think that's my issue, is that we have so many of these things that are not only not new, some of them work, but then kind of just discarded over time or not sustainable. So New Orleans has a history of always winding up right back to where we started, not because of lack of funding, because I mean, we the green stuff in the vial. Every social scientist has been trying to figure out why this little gloriously grimy town is still so hard knocked. And people have made, from Tulane University to the $19 million program in the Magnolia Project, to the money that Loyola and other universities got to build divisions to study our social ills. At what point do we begin to have relationships with organizations that can stop the stuff we're dealing with now, or where we begin to see a marketable change? Food insecurity, the Richard McCarthy initiative for co-ops and markets that was done years ago, where you can look at it, those communities are the same. They haven't changed in 30 or 40 years. It's the same group. So, you know, how do we look at the organizations that have operated in there, and how do we partner with them? Because there's a lot of stuff going on now, from Guerrilla Gardens to some of the other stuff that folk are doing. But how do we look at those areas that are the same? This stuff isn't new.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, you know, in the health department, we did not have anyone dedicated to food and nutrition until last year, when we really recognized what a stark need it was. And so I think what happens in a lot of these programs is that if there's no one who owns it, if there's no department or agency that says, this is ours, it's going to be in our plan, it is in our plan. If it's not tied to a plan, then like you said, it just sort of cycles in and out of favor. So what we've tried to do, and I know other departments are trying to do this too, is say, we have a plan. We are working on the goals of this plan. Food security is a huge need.
Right.
Now we're going to dedicate a position. We're going to
Okay.
reallocate a position. Because if we're the number 2 worst in the country, then clearly we got to change. And that's going to be their whole mission. And so as much as we can take that, we're going to leverage everything we can.
And then lastly, the 10 million for the unhoused. I think even Natasha Robin was around when they talked about the legacy project. And the coordination between the business community and the DDD and the mayor's office and the city council for the legacy project, that would help stabilize, would be a holistic effort to bringing all of the agencies together to deal with the unhoused. So that's a lot of money for a kind of a singular initiative, where then they talked about a much bigger effort where
Right.
everybody was, because what's happening with the houseless population now is that they're not just centrally located anymore. They're popping up everywhere there's space. Anywhere someone sees some space, they're taking it. So, you know, while we're doing the $10 million, are we revisiting
Yes.
projects like Legacy and that are looking more like at a holistic or regional approach?
So this, in my mind,
You
is
familiar with the Legacy project?
back in the day. Yeah.
Okay,
And the
alright.
10-year plan. I mean, so this is the external support for the internal commitment that I think was made in the first Arpa tranche with the $5 million to reestablish an office,
Mhm.
right? So we now have a director, and the RFP process is open for an expert strategic plan development building, that we had that. So, I mean, I think we've had it more than once, just like more cities, but now we need some external resources so that when we do have that plan, when we do have the business folks on board, as we do now for various reasons, then we can say, okay, now we have additional capacity to implement that plan, right? If we only have a handful of outreach workers, we could have the best plan in the world, but nobody's going to get outreach.
And then lastly, workforce development. Workforce development was one of the foundations of the effort when crime was reduced 65%, double the national average. There were these little programs that trained people, whether it was Walker's Automotive, some of the other agencies and nonprofits that existed throughout the city, that the city funded, that were part of that effort. So when you talk about 11 million for workforce development, is that to be spread around and partner with agencies that do that?
Yeah, I'm not going to,
Well, that's
I don't want
that's
to
a
speak for
potential
Director
solution.
Bill Abasso. I'm not sure if she's here, but I know that that is a large part of what she does. It's not just the program in schools. It's multiple different partnerships. And again, it's adding to the 1,000 summer jobs up from 200 that there were.
Well, let me say this. Yeah, let me say this. What I'm seeing is that, and first of all, kudos and credit to everybody who's been fighting. We people up here have been fighting a long time, but you know, I was absent for a while, and everywhere that I look, where they're talking about giving money, was an area where somebody got money that worked. Natasha, you remember those agencies and the results. So it seems like in some cases, we haven't studied what worked and continued to fund those efforts because they made a marketable difference. And I can give you the data, not made up data, but real data from that period of time, from growth in the African-American middle class to over 41% home ownership, to reduction in crime, to more occupational licenses and business licenses. That's real information. So how do we begin to, when stuff works, or revisit stuff that work and to maintain? I think the key word, I know the key word is, the buzzword is dashboard now. But the key word to me in this community is sustainability. And how do we make all these efforts? Because I know everyone up here has been fighting for sustainability and making investments in the agencies and the organizations that give us that opportunity. Ms. Villabas?
Yes, so this administration, we are looking at workforce development more as a strategy. And of course, the initial investments are going to come from the city with the hope that other stakeholders, especially the employers in the city, have some skin in the game as well. Thus, the creation of the industry advisory boards. We're allocating $1.6 million towards that. We have backbone organizations and institutions that are going to do the convening for that. The Office of Workforce Development will have training providers at the table in an effort to offer small outfits and opportunities to become training providers. Thus, that would generate revenue for them. And then the last component of that is having the community organizations at the table to talk about what the needs of this community the needs are. So the goal is to fund this for 2 years with the hope that the outcomes of what we think they're going to be, the return on investment. Actually, I'm going to be here on the 25th to talk about collective impact and the return on investment of the city dollars, the Arpa dollars. And so hopefully we'll have a clearer picture. Today, I'm meeting with an economist to assist us with what that impact will be with the investments that we're going to make with the Arpa dollars. Then from there, with employers seeing the benefits of this, that they have their some skin in the game as well.
And then lastly, you know, this isn't chump change, you know,
No, it's not.
it'll make a difference in, especially given the data center report and the economic report on New Orleans, especially when you're talking about single Black women and wealth, the disparity data that we do know now that still exists post Katrina. Are we focusing on when we make these investments? It's a holistic approach or impact on especially the disparaging economic data that we're getting as it relates to the African American community. Even our new immigrants, our brothers and sisters, have doubled African American per capita household income. So, you know, I think if we want to make a difference in crime, that majority population has to come out of the poverty. So New Orleans can't continue to have a third of its people at the poverty level and news people wanting us to be safe. Even when you go to Cancun, they say don't go 6 blocks that way.
Mm-hmm.
Stay on the strip. So are we doing some impact statements to show that while we're investing this money, it's going to impact that community, like Dr. McKenna talked about Black boys and men the other day. We know what those unemployment statistics are. Are we using those metrics?
Yes, and so actually, we're looking at targeted universalism. Right now, data states that a family of 4 with 2 adults making family sustaining wages. The city of New Orleans right now is at 43%. I think the city of New Orleans as a whole should be at least at the base of 60%. What that looks like once we disaggregate that data of 43%, if our target is 60% for the city of New Orleans, once we disaggregate the data, it may state that 55% of the people who identify as Caucasian are making family sustaining wages. African Americans might be at 40%, Hispanics and so on might be at 40% as well. And so what we need to start looking at, what supports are needed to get this particular population to 60%. The supports are going to be look differently for each of those groups. And so that's what we're going to focus on, still being laser focused on those marginalized communities and populations, but raising the bar for the city of New Orleans as a whole.
But the data center has all the exact numbers you're looking for.
Yes.
And the African American community in terms of household per capita wealth is still at the bottom right now. And we want all of our brothers and sisters from different groups to do well. But when we talk about crime reduction, especially violence reduction, I think we know where the numbers come from. First of all, I really like the way you've broken each element of what we want to recommend down. But I think we can look at each element and how do we take a holistic approach and how it's impact. You know, I talked about impact budgeting with our budget chairman, who's one of the best. So how does it impact those things that we're trying to fight in terms of social ills to make it sustainable? So a new council, you know, and a new administration isn't here at some other time knowing that, yeah, we invested all these millions, but it hadn't stopped the problems that we've had since 1910.
Yeah, and I think you're getting at sort of what I think my first talking point, which was to do this sustainably, we need to do what other cities are doing and make a regular not, 3-year, not 1 year, not 5-year commitment, but a sustained between $20 and $60, probably on the $60 per capita range. If we can find a way to make that dedicated funding stream year over year, then you've got the buffer so that it's not a boom and bust cycle every few years.
Well, I see the potential there, the way you've broken it down. But I think it's bigger than just the area you guys have targeted.
Yeah.
I think it's what are the other support services or other resources, especially if you're targeting a group and targeting an area. We had Jeff Asher on the Good Morning Show this morning. We broke down the crime statistics. And even he agreed that it's the same hotspots have been the same for the last 30 or 40 years. They haven't changed. So how do we resource? How do we deploy? And how do we take a holistic approach? But I love the way you've broken it down. There's a lot of potential there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. All right, I think we have 3 in-person comments, and ordinarily we waive the reading of online comments and post them online, but it's from President Parker of NOLA PS, so I think we'll make an exception for that rule. So in order, Maxwell Shierdolo, Michael Burnside, and Mr. Morgan, Larry Morgan. Good morning, Maxwell.
Morning, council members. Maxwell Chierdolo, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras. So we remain deeply concerned about the process here, and we've spoken to you about this before. The fact that so much of this money has been allocated before any real community process. The entire first tranche was allocated that way. We were told that the second tranche would involve a community process, but then the 2/3 of it was allocated with the 2023 budget on a last minute amendment that very few people knew about or had a chance to read or comment on. And then another 15 million was allocated to vehicles in January, again, before community groups were finally invited to present in March. So without that input, community input, we've spent far less than our peer cities on programs that support the people most impacted. The most of the money that we spent so far has been on revenue replacement, which later proved unnecessary. And so this is especially true for housing. We haven't spent a single dollar on brick and mortar housing, and that puts us far behind nearly every other large and mid-sized city in the South, let alone the rest of the country. And it's great that we're finally going to put our dashboard together, but the Treasury has its own dashboard, so anyone can go and see how far behind we are most of our peer cities. The only allocation listed here is the $10 million to help house our unhoused folks who are currently on the street. And that's a good start. But the community plan, which we spoke about last month, which is, like Dr. Avegno mentioned, was put together by business leaders,
30 seconds.
Members of this council, everyone was involved, makes it clear that it will take 15 million to move everyone off the street into homes. So, and then that would then leverage an additional 15 million from hospitals and other folks. So unless I'm understanding something wrong, proposing only 10 million of the actual 15 that's needed is tantamount to leaving 1/3 of our unhoused people in tents. And when we have millions in ARPA and fund balance remaining, I really struggle to understand how that's morally defensible. And so community groups presented dozens of other priorities last month, and we're also supporting much of what Dr. Avegno presented today. But I would just urge you to continue asking about that nearly 200 million in the first tranche of that went to the fire department, most of which ended up in the fund balance, and how we can use that to support our collective housing, youth development, violence prevention, and other goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell. All right, moving on to Mr. Burnside, then Mr. Morgan.
My name is Michael Eric Burnside. I live at 2215 Felicity. Morality is a weird thing, and people who love mathematics are stranger. So occasionally you have a person who believes he has some morality and he believes he understands mathematics, and he looks at things and he just gets confused as shit. We've spent a long time here talking about $40 million. Whether we agree with the detail or not, we've spent a long time, a good doctor's reputation's on the line for 40 million. The good CEO shows up and he talks about 70 to $80 million. He's competent. He runs the city. Talking about $80 million, right? And yet at the very beginning, we have an interesting little line that nobody talks about at all. The fire department got $160 million. That's not public safety. That's not police. That's not retention pay. That's not EMS. That's not ambulances. The fire department gets $160 million. So I got a kind of an idea. Just sort of came to me as probably childish and immature. Why don't we rotate people through the fire department? If it's such a good job that we can spend $160 million on it, and if it's so critical to the city that we spend $160 million on a fire department, why don't we say this? If you want a job in the city, you got to first spend 5 years working in the fire department. And then you got to leave the fire department and go work in the health department, or go work in the police, or go work in EMS.
30 seconds.
$160 million is not to be ignored when we spend an hour talking about 40. You want people to have good jobs? Let them work in the fire department.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Mr. Morgan.
Good morning to everybody in the house.
Good morning.
The first scenario that people asked me to express today is to thank the Councilman Joe DeRusso and Councilman Morano from getting them their money. I had telephone calls all the way up to 1 o'clock in the morning asking me to thank y'all. But what made them real bitter was you all was the main source of them getting the money, and the mayor coming on television like she was the source. She was the problem that held up the money. She always come in the picture and playing down scenario and trying to get the credit to which she is not titled to, and cause people to grant what was due to them. The people say, thank you, thank you. And also this scenario that I noticed in the Time-Picayune, the headline, crime went down. That's a lie. People getting killed every 2 weeks, sometimes 1 week following each other. Crime is out there. Stop, they should stop, her department should stop lying to the people. People are dying. And the sad part about it, all the money that we pump into the police system, we shouldn't have this problem. It seems to the people that what they say, all they're worried about, deal sickles.
30 seconds.
Deal sickles and everything else. And another part of them, that the consent decree, she restrict y'all from talking to her. She has inflicted a communist scenario on you. When you cannot government and exercise your freedom of speech under the Constitution as we the people, no, that's communist. And it's sad that how we can let somebody come into the city, put a gag on you all, that you all cannot exercise your freedom of speech. And you see all these people here that consent decree, if you do not wear a uniform, if that consent decree is abolished, your children in relation will be prone to be abused by the police. That will be your only protection. And the saddest part about all that is this. I elected your chief of police, and I'm sorry. But what bothers me in the mind when I see a percentage of our people are Afro-American, and this man here, this man was fired. Why? I want to know.
All right, Mr. Morgan.
And I demand an answer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your time. All right, we're going to get to the one online comment, Mr. Shai, from President Parker, and close this out. Thank you.
This comment comes from Olin Parker, President of the Orleans Parish School Board. New Orleans Public Schools and the Orleans Parish School Board are extremely excited about the proposed partnership with the New Orleans Health Department and Thrive Kids. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to an increase in mental health concerns among students, including suicidal ideations and other forms of self-harm, as well as an increase in truancy rates and juvenile crime nationwide. Thrive Kids represent a groundbreaking partnership that will benefit students across the city as we combat these issues. Thrive Kids will leverage expertise in data analytics to remove barriers to care and get NOLA PS students from every single council district in front of specialists so they stay on track in school in a measurable way. Thrive Kids will benefit students at up to 20 schools by providing intense support from additional social workers, counselors, psychiatric experts, and care managers, all of which will work together with our educators and families to improve student attendance, mental health outcomes, and academics. The program will also offer district-wide care management services to every single NOLA PS student. The Orleans Parish School Board and NOLA Public Schools are grateful to the council and the New Orleans Health Department for their continued support of our students. The support the council has provided on Medicaid billing, chronic absenteeism, and supporting our most vulnerable learners shows a true commitment to our city's youth, and Thrive Kids is another critical example in ensuring the long-term safety and success of our students. That completes the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Shy. And I just want to echo what President Parker said. I just personally, this program is very important to me, and I just tweeted about it. So I thank the administration and Dr. Abegno for and everybody else for working on it. I know Councilmember Green had one comment to close out.
Yes, and I also look forward to supporting the Thrive Kids program. I wanted to point out when a job is well done, a job well done. I want to thank the health department. I was this morning viewing yet another cleanup of neighborhood and the homeless, an encampment of those who are unhoused. I'm going to use the word that's kind of more appropriate. But I want to thank the health department, Unity of Greater New Orleans, the New Orleans Police Department. That's an important component here for their sensitivity relative to those who are unhoused. We call it a cleanup of an encampment. Maybe we can have a different term, but the bottom line is that at the end of the day, it's not just cleaning up. It's also members of the health department talking to those who are unhoused to offer them assistance. And it's resulted in assistance being provided to citizens and to residents who needed that. We have to continue that, not only because it's a cleanup, but it's because it's outreach to persons who are in need. So when a job is well done, as was done this morning, as was done 10 days ago under the Claiborne Avenue corridor, and it's going to continue, I think it's important that we recognize it. So if you can thank those members of the health department and those who work with our New Orleans Police Department, who are not just there to enforce law and order, if you will, but who are there and are concerned about the citizens and the residents who find themselves unhoused. It's a very important program that we continue that. And as we look at some of the funding that you are going to be working with for the unsheltered rapid housing program, I want to remind everyone that within Dr. McKenna's presentation yesterday was a mention that there were 500 people who died in our city last year for drug overdoses. And some of those are members of the unhoused community. It's important that we continue the work that we're doing in the health department. And once again, it's such important work. It's not just cleaning up and being redundant, but it's also working with the people who are unhoused. And please spread that message to those who are continuing to do that good work. It's appreciated.
Thank you. They work very hard. Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr.
Just,
Montano.
thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I just wanted to bring attention to a slight correction about some information that we had. On this particular slide, I highlighted that only gas accounts were eligible. Information has shown that it's electric accounts. So the second batch of spending will significantly increase. I know Council Moreno had an amendment at the last time, and now we're connecting to ensure that gas and electric is part of the package, and that she'll significantly spend down and help. So thank you for the information, and apologize for the correction.
No apology necessary. Thank you all for the time and for the work you all put into this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you for being here. We'll move on to Sheriff Susan Hudson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We a go or we're holding on?
We
or-
don't really count. We're just here.
Let's wait one
You can
minute.
talk
for the-
to us.
Yeah.
You know.
The chair is
Yeah,
probably.
yeah,
coming
we don't.
right
Good
now.
afternoon.
Yes, yeah.
Good afternoon to you. We just extra on this side.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning,
Morning.
city council members. I'm Susan Hudson, Sheriff of Orleans Parish. I'm joined here today by our Director of Finance, Elizabeth Boyer. Also here today to help answer any questions we may have is Chief of Staff John Williams, Deputy Chief over Field Operations Melvin Howard, Assistant Sheriff over External Affairs Laura Veazey, our Chief Communications Officer Casey McGee, Captain Mary Goodwin over our Purchasing Department, Captain Stephanie Mento, who leads our Crime Victim Services Department, and Miss Andrea Howard, who assists her in that as well. Did I miss anyone? And last but not least, and in fact, one of the most important folks that we brought here, we'd like to introduce to you today, our Director of Human Resources, who has been here a little over a month, Shandon Davis. Mr. Davis, could you stand? Proud veteran of the Navy and also the federal government for more than 2 decades working in human resources. He has been a breath of fresh air. And when we talk about our recruiting and our hiring and our staffing efforts, he will be here to answer any questions about that. But we can also emphasize the amount of work that he has done in just a little over a month that we're very excited about. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. We're going to talk about my budget priorities. Everybody knows MLK said that a budget is a moral document, and I definitely agree with that. And I am putting what I believe to be morally right in the forefront of this budget. And that is about, number one, taking care of our personnel. Nothing can happen in the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office without our deputies. We cannot keep those we house in the jail safe. We cannot go take guns from victims of who have restraining orders against their partners. We cannot secure the courts so that justice can operate. None of those things happen without our deputies. And we have to treat them in order to change the trajectory we've been on, which is unconstitutional jailing, improperly caring for those in custody. We have to train. We have to compensate them appropriately with a pay plan that allows them to plan their careers and will allow us to retain them. It's one thing to recruit and to get people in. It's another thing to keep them there. And that's all across the country. We have to do a better job of retaining our employees. So they're always number one in our minds. Right now, we have the federal government here teaching us about mental health first aid. They'll be back next month to talk about crisis intervention training, and we'll have them here in the fall to train on what's called strategic inmate management. And that is all about the humane treatment of our residents. So our deputies are number one, our personnel is number one, number two are our residents. We know that to deal with this crime problem, we have to deal with the root causes of crime. So we have to address the rehabilitation of our residents and helping them to do better. I was really, it was exciting to hear Dr. Avegno and the health department talking about the plans to deal with the unhoused. We deal with them quite a bit in the jail. So we're looking forward to leveraging our respective reentry programs to try and help get people into stable situations. That's really important. But while I have them in the jail, I want to do better by them. We want to be humane. We want to make sure they still have access to families. We want to assist them with the thing that gets everybody into jail, which is economics, trauma, addiction, and mental health. So those are all the things that we need to work on. So personnel first, residents second. Third is we have to fix this building. This building is less than 10 years old, but it is dangerous. It was built in such a way that allows our residents to harm themselves. We have to do something about that. I'm not going to discuss the specifics of that, but those are security concerns. The building itself is also being dismantled in the way that it was built to be used as weapons for residents against each other. That is a safety issue for our deputies. That is a safety issue for our residents. The building is third, but it is very important. We've outlined to you, I believe, in a letter to Judge Magistrate North in July about what some of those issues are. But as we move deeper and deeper into this term, we see more changes that need to be made to this building, which is less than 10 years old. So building's number 3. Fourth, and almost as important as everything else, is our IT structure. We have an antiquated 40-year-old system that is almost impossible to pull data out of. Some we can get, but really it's not, we have to move to a cloud-based system where we can be more responsive and more transparent about what goes on in the jail. It is very difficult to use this old system. We also want to be a smart jail so that we need less personnel to keep people safe. And we can do that when we upgrade this structure. So again, our budget priorities are our employees, taking better care of our residents, fixing this broken building, and updating an IT structure. When we do that, we'll be able to have proper care, custody, and control in the jail, which is my number 1 function. Along these lines, we have rolled out a new mission, vision, and values for our organization. I'm not going to read it all through, but it all concentrates on humane treatment of everybody that we encounter, whether it's in the jail, whether it's in the courts, whether it's in some other area. We are all about community leadership. In fact, the programs that we want to put together for reentry and for helping our residents in the jail will all be community led. We're going to talk about some of those that are already in place, but we know that our community has these answers and we are going to invest in them and be responsive to our community to make these changes. But our values about humanity, community leadership, respect, and transparency. We're going to pivot and talk about Mardi Gras a little bit. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So we're going to continue to talk about that. But we're going to talk about how we got into the Mardi Gras event. And as it is a big part of our budget for this first quarter, I think it's important to talk about how we got there. Originally, we met with Chief Sean Ferguson at the time to talk about OPSO's part in Mardi Gras. And at that time, the only part was the booking bus and our mounted patrol. Those were it. And we met in October, a full 4 months before our Mardi Gras, to talk about those essential roles. We move on. We're working on strategic planning and moving forward. On January 17th, I'm asked to meet with the Mardi Gras crew captains. So our community reached out to me and asked me for help with Mardi Gras. January 17th, less than a month before Mardi Gras float crews are going to be rolling in the streets. Now, I already told you that the 2 main things that we did, we had 4 months notice on. This we have less than 4 weeks notice on. But our community came to us, and I talked about this being a community responsive and community led department, and that is what it is. When our community came to us, we agreed. But I first reached out to my leadership team to see, could we do this? They said yes, they were all in, and we were off to the races. Within 6 days, we had signed our first agreement with the city. We had met with CAO Montano to talk about what we knew we might need. But the city had to make a pretty quick decision about whether or not we were going to return to the complete routes. So that had to be made fairly quickly. We invested in making phone calls, looking at our personnel to see what we could do to cover these full routes. Within 6 days, we were able to say, yes, we will be able to get enough help in, and we will have enough help in our department to do that. We signed our first CEA with the city. We came back and had to amend that because as we got deeper and deeper into the planning and getting people ready for Mardi Gras, we knew that we needed more resources. And we in fact signed another CEA after that because there was more that we had to do to get police officers ready to patrol the streets. That is not just send them out there. That is a complex logistical situation. And we had to get all that rolling. And we planned for as much of it as we could, but there were still some unplanned expenses that came up. So February 10th, the first carnival and parade started rolling. So we had a total of 23 days to strategically plan this monumental enterprise. We had to recruit agencies. We had to finalize CEAs with all of those agencies. We had to source, purchase, catalog, and distribute radios, body-worn cameras, foul weather gear, and reflective gear, which is a safety issue, uniforms, give oaths, create schedules, coordinate with our partner agencies, manage food and logistics and delivery, transportation, and then also host training about using the radio here and other important issues such as the consent decree that NOPD is under. And we're part of policing at this point. So we had to work all those things into our plan, and it was a massive lift for us. But by and large, our team loved doing it. They loved being a part of the community. They got a lot of love from our community and visitors in the street. And it was a very successful Mardi Gras season. So we were able to get in, as you can see from the next slide, 200 officers from 17 partner agencies, including 6 sheriff's offices. We were able to bring between 120 and 200 plus OPSO deputies and reserve deputies on a given day to round out the our security functions. And while we were doing all that, we still ran the booking bus, the mobile booking bus, which the Louisiana State Police praised us about. And as we plan for next year, we'll make sure we can have it operate more hours. But given the fact that we still have the jail to run, and this was kind of put together in a short amount of time, we were not able to have the full number of hours that they need. Next year, we'll be able to plan for that. In addition, our motorcycle patrols were everywhere, our mounted was everywhere, and of course we had our Operation Lost Kid Zone. And then in the middle of Mardi Gras, on that the second Saturday, which is Endymion Saturday, OPSO deputies also secured the right to vote for our city, so that they could vote for the 93rd representative district on February 18th. You can see the amounts that were paid out, about $500,000 to officers of partner agencies, about $142,000 to OPSO reserves, and about $876,000 to OPSO regular personnel to make it a successful and safe operation. And you can see out to the right on that, the number of folks that came from agencies. A big shout out to Jefferson Parish, our neighbors to the west, and also to the state, which sent 3 different units, which totaled almost 100 officers, which were critical to our success. Here's a little bit about bookings. I think we've been through that previously. There were a number of gun arrests. We had to process that. And all the while that our arrests are going up for these 2 weeks, we still had to maintain those folks, get them out in time if they were bailed out, keep them safe, housed, clothed, all those things. I just want to say I am very, very proud of the work that this understaffed department did with about 55% staffing. We did all these things. I couldn't be more proud. I thank them for that. There were lessons learned from this on both sides. We have demands too about how things should go next year and can go better. We sat in on the city debrief and shared some of that information, but we look forward to, of course, planning in advance for that to go forward next year, even better. And we look forward to being part of that solution. We're going to pivot here and just talk about hiring. I want to say thank you. The raise that $2.43 raise that we got last year was really instrumental in helping us to have bigger hiring classes, recruiting classes coming in. You had asked us previously about hires versus separations, and so we've got that information. You can see we're almost at close to 100 net hires over the first 3 months of this year, and so that's huge for us as we have to pull from every part of our department to staff the jail on a daily basis. We worked with our monitors, we worked with experts to put together an emergency staffing plan that prioritizes life in the jail and some functions. We can't do them all, but some functions, and we pull from all of our other parts of the department to staff the jail. And so that these new hires coming on board are going to be greatly welcome. You can also see out to the right, the 13 terminations that we had, some misconduct based, some performance based. We're also holding our team accountable for their actions. As I mentioned, Mr. Shandon Davis was hired as our Human Resources Director on March 3rd. He has done a tremendous job in recruiting. We've interviewed more than 200 applicants in the last 30 days. That's really, really hustling. We continue to expect to recruit and hire more talent under his leadership. and we intend to implement some initiatives. Last year in the fall, we surveyed our employees, and close to half of our employees participated in that survey. And they talked about the only way you can get ahead in this organization in the past was to be promoted. Well, everybody can't be promoted to the top. You'll have all chiefs and nobody doing the work. So what they talked about was we need a pay plan where they can look at their careers, know that they're going to make a certain amount of money and that it will sustain their families. I've had deputies who were going to lose their homes and didn't have lights on, don't have cars. These are not acceptable. I want to be able to provide a package to our employees so that when they come to work to do this very tough work, that's what they have to concentrate on, not all these other things. So we're going to talk about what we're going to do to try and work on these human capital initiatives. So we surveyed our employee. They said we need a better pay plan. We got a study put together. We've got that pay plan laid out, and we're ready to implement it when we have funding. We have an organizational chart that is now streamlined. As we started off at the beginning of the year with a very large number of executives because we knew we had to assess, plan, and then get ready to start making changes to this department to move it into compliance with the consent judgment. So we've done that. We are working on an enhanced employee award and recognition program. Again, this is tough work. We have employees that keep people from harming themselves and harming others. We need to recognize them. And then we need to make sure that we're taking care of them. Anybody in law enforcement has secondary trauma and sometimes a primary when they're engaged in physical activity. We've got to take better care of our employees so that they can continue to do this very tough work.
Sheriff, before you move on, thank you for all your comments about Mardi Gras. On the organizational chart, have those been provided to the parties in the court in the consent decree litigation?
No, I got the final one. I believe it was yesterday.
Okay,
We'll finalize that and share it with them as soon as we're done.
great. And then two things we asked last time about where they stand to follow up on the staffing plan.
Yes.
Where is that in place?
It is close to complete. We have some assistance from an expert, Dr. Livers, and then of course we're working with our monitors on all aspects of staffing. We estimate it could be ready next week. A draft for me to review could be ready as soon as next week. I'd like to build at least a weekend for that just in case, but in the next couple of weeks, I should have something to look at, and it's going well. And our emergency deployment is going well. So we're looking forward to that.
Okay, and then lastly, one of the things NOPD has provided to us is sort of a breakdown on their exit interviews. Does the sheriff's office have that so we can see reasons for separation and what they are pinpointing as issues for leaving?
We have a little bit of that on slide 8, but we do conduct exit interviews, and Director Davis is here.
He moved on you.
Do you want to speak? Sorry. Do you want to speak to our exit interviews? If there's anything you want to add in, Director Davis?
Yes, I'll just add a few things. We just identified some patterns in the summary of some things between the exit interviews as well as some of the surveys that we conducted.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Shandon Davis.
Oh, okay.
Right. So 3 of the primary areas, one was promotional opportunities. We know as employees has been in those positions for years and they seek promotional opportunities. So therefore, if those opportunities are available elsewhere, if it's not where they are now, then of course, for career progression, they may engage in those opportunities. Another thing, and the sheriff has mentioned it a moment ago about the comprehensive pay plan. Most of these employees have expressed concerns about their pay. Their pay has been set with a certain limitation, and they've been in this pay for years, not receiving cost of living increases, not receiving longevity increases. And so one of the challenges of retaining employees and retaining that talent is that if you got other agencies or other employers in the area or within the surrounding area, you will look at them to where they can go there and perform the same work or similar work for a higher rate of pay or even greater benefits. So that's where the challenge is, retaining top talent or either consistent talent that have been there for years who have now been paid the same salaries and not received any increases through a number of years. That's a real big challenge in itself as well. The other thing is an enhanced employee work-life culture and recognition. It's really big that employers have expressed concerns about hoping to have a more positive human reaction engagement with their managers and supervisors. So that's something we're working with to mentor and develop them, our leaders in that regard, to make sure that they can enhance that communication. The other thing is the recognition, and this is where the recognition becomes of even more premium importance. If you don't have salary increases, if you don't have the cost of living raises and other things into on the salary, then the next best thing for retention or to feel appreciated is those recognition programs. And that would be through a monetary recognition, achievement award recognition in various different ways, employee of the month programs. Those are the type of things that can inspire and motivate the work environment. So those are some of the initiatives we're working with the sheriffs to put in place. And we've already developed some draft plans to implement some things in that regard.
And Mr. Davis, I appreciate, I know you just joined the staff. We saw that in the presentation. Thank you for being here. I just think we'd like to see some data on that because again, we've heard pay is an issue, for example, when predating Chief Woodfork joined the force. But then when you really looked at the breakdown, it was issues about promotion or treatment or PIB or other things that were unrelated to pay. And pay was an issue, but it was not the things. I know Chief Woodfork has been working to try and address those things, as I'm sure Sheriff Hudson is as well. So I think if you could give us some data on those, that would be really helpful so we could see that as well.
We can work on that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah, and again, that's related to our survey of our employees. And then these are why we're working on this pay plan. We're working on the employee wellness programs, the awards, the organizational chart, all those things came out of that. So we're glad to share that data with you. You asked about staffing. As we are working on finalizing our staffing stabilization plan, we've conducted an in-depth review and analysis so we can validate required positions in support of finalizing our staffing plan to support our mission, our vision, and our values. So we're looking forward to having that list of validated vacancies, and then we can align that with our planned salary projections, and that will help us with position control. Our recruitment strategy is all about recruiting for those who will work, who will believe in and live out our mission, vision, and values. So we're going to be very targeted in that. We are currently recruiting for vacant leadership positions. There are a number of director positions that are crucial to our department. Those include our director of community engagement, our director of compliance and accountability, a deputy warden position, the chief financial officer position, our director of IT, and some other positions that are more sworn related, such as investigative services. We've posted those vacant leadership positions, and we are looking forward to filling those. We continue to be a part of job fairs. We've listed some of the ones that we went to recently. And so we continued again to recruit for those who want to live out our mission, vision, and values. We wanted to give you an update on our IT updates. As I talked about, the four main focuses of our budget priorities: employees, residents, building, IT was the fourth, and a very important component of being a smart jail and a smart run department. So we have sought requests for proposals for our jail management system, our case management system, our jail management system, which is everything about housing residents. That's the information we share with the city council for your dashboard and with other city agencies. The case management system is about our tracking our investigations into resident behavior and employee behavior. That is all done in a non-case management system, which makes it very difficult to track and to share amongst our department. We're looking forward to getting rid of that. And then the resident grievance system is an issue. Many of the kiosks that they use to anonymously report grievances about staff and other issues are broken. And those are systems that we inherited broken, and that we have to move away from that into a better system. And we want to move to a tablet system that will allow for commissary, which is a huge issue for our residents, being able to stay in touch with their family, some medical care, and of course, being able to talk to their lawyers more often. So we put out those requests for proposals. We are going to continue to accept those until 10 a.m. on April 18th. We will set a meeting with all members of the RFP process, which includes somebody from the city of New Orleans, and I believe it's Nathaniel Weaver, but I will double check that. We want the city to be a part of that process so that they can see exactly what we're doing. When I sat down to look at replacing the telephone system and the kiosk system and to get tablets, we couldn't get true numbers about what that costs, just the pure costs. Instead, we would get information about, well, how much do you want to charge residents for that and their families for that? That's not what I was looking for. So we had to go through this process to know exactly what are the pure costs of providing these services. We do not want to know what it costs to subsidize them through residents and their families. So then we'll go through that committee, we'll go through that through the proposals, and we'll set up meetings to grade those and look forward to coming up with technology that will help us do a great job.
Councilmember Harris.
Sheriff, hi, how are you?
Good morning.
I know that I've asked this question before. I know that 311-911 system, Tyrell has been talking about how he has software that y'all can use. What is the status of collaboration on that? Is it software that you can't use? I know that the past sheriff put in some money to pay for that software. So just can you update us on the status of that? Because I hate to spend double money if we can consolidate software and technology.
Well, first I have to kind of push back a little on the narrative that the sheriff's office was supporting that software. We were not able to find anything that said that they were supporting it, not Hexagon or anything. I never supported it because we have not analyzed it to see that it is actually a jail management system. So it may be able to help us. It may have come when the prior sheriff looked at it, it did not fill the needs. Maybe they've upgraded it to a point that it can fill our jail management needs. We'll know more about that as they bid on this system, and then we're able to take a look at that. We did not agree to use that because it did not meet our needs.
And they submitted a proposal?
That I'm not sure. There's a committee over that. I'll be able to get you that information.
Okay, and I know that Tyrell said that in the past he offered to let y'all kick the tires or whatever that saying is. Have y'all done that with him?
We did meet with him, and I think we also got a chance to go over there and look at it. So I believe we did get a chance to go do that, but we're still taking proposals until the 18th so that we have competition and that we get the best system. We purchased some software that did not work very well for us in our department previously under the former sheriff. We can't do that again. We got to have it. We got to have software that aids in us in being efficient. Talk about our population. I think we had gotten down close to 900, but we're back up to the 1,000. And as we move into the hotter parts of the year, it will continue to climb. It's the way the jail population functions. As you can see, many of them are repeat detainees, on average booked previously over 8 times. And so repeat detainees, we're not going to use the word recidivism anymore. We're just going to say repeat detainees. So all of them, about 82% of them have been booked more than one time. As you can see, we continue to be around 70% violent crimes and gun crimes of folks in the jail. A tougher and tougher population for our deputies to manage. And so we need more deputies to do that work and a stable workforce to do that work. Our mental health caseload stays about 50% and above. As you can see, we break underneath the mental health caseload, we break down the acute, subacute, and step down caseload. Those all require major resources to treat and care for them. And then last, you can see our DOC transfers. We transfer as fast as we can, but of course the state is also dealing with employee shortages. So we work with them as they're a partner in all this to get folks to the state as fast as we can.
Sheriff, I have 2 questions about this, and one of them is just complete lack of understanding. I see that you have 538 mental health caseload, get that. And then you break down acute, medical, subacute, step down care. But that number is, I don't know, it looks about 75 or 80-ish. Are the others fall into a different category that's less than what's represented here? I just want to make sure I kind of understand the categorization and terminology.
Yeah, those three categories are the ones that we focus the most on, along with our monitors and the plaintiffs that need the most care. Everybody else is still on the caseload. They still get medication, but they can be in the general population.
Got it. And then on DOC, you sort of referenced this. Do you know the total number of of people in the jail right now who have the capacity to be transferred to DOC? I don't know
I'm
the
sorry, I
right-
didn't hear you.
The total number of people in the jail right now who can be transferred to DOC, I guess they're DOC detainees would be the right terminology.
Yeah, we should be able to get that number for you fairly quickly. We'll
Okay.
try and get that before we leave here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we talked about our population, a little bit more detail about average length of stay, and we broke that down by race as well. As you can see, African Americans spend the most amount of time there, and Asian Americans the least amount. And with Hispanic and white also thrown in there. If you look at age, you can see, of course, the longest lengths of stay are our young folks in there. And that those over 40 generally are accused of committing crimes that get them out much quicker. So our younger population more serious and a lot of those violent crimes. Okay, we talked about our budget priorities, and we know that the city cannot fund us at the rate that we need to get out of this consent judgment. So we asked for a millage. We put a millage on the ballot for April 29th. It's an in lieu of millage because we have a current millage, which we're going to renew, and we have to renew anyways to continue paying for the new buildings that we have and other equipment, etc. But to get out of this consent judgment, we've got to do something more. And that includes a pay plan where I can plan accordingly over the next several years to properly compensate people and provide them with benefits, proper equipment, proper training, and training is the key to every consent judgment. And we are getting some help from our federal government, but we've got to enhance that and make that go. So for instance, we need to have supervisory schools. We need just a number of different training that'll make us more able to comply with this consent judgment. So I'm going to call this, and a wise man gave me this recommendation, is I call this a compliance millage, because we need this additional funding to be able to get into compliance with this consent judgment, to constitutionally and safely hold people and to release them in a manner that it will be conducive to bringing down crime. This will help us do it. And that's why we put this millage forward. And we're asking the voters to approve that. It will help us. The current budget, the current millage, which is 2.8 mils, provides us about $12 million. This 2.7 mils will give us an additional close to $13 million, which will help fund that pay plan and work on the training, and then make changes to the structure in the jail. We gave you some preliminary figures on some things we needed to concentrate on to make the jail more safe. And that was about 3.5 million last summer. Since then, we know that we have to continue to fix what's going on in the jail. We need more suicide prevention cells. We need to fix some really serious flaws in every single cell in that in the jail to make it safer. So we've got to have that. And then the we're working with the city on the Arpa funds deployment so that we can upgrade some of our technology, especially technology that all of our community needs. But there's technology we need on a daily basis as well, body worn cameras, etc.
Sheriff, can I ask you some questions just to make sure we have some clarity? So this would double the existing millages. Can you kind of line item for me what is personnel, what is operating, what is capital? People are asking us, and I know that it's written in a broad way, but I want to kind of be able to identify people with dollars, how it matches up.
Yeah, we will provide you with a breakdown of that. But the bulk of it is about the pay plan. And that's going to cost us around $12 million. And that's going to be very important for us to, again, recruit and retain our deputies to do this work.
So that would be, I mean, again, I just want to make sure I understand. The bulk of the money would be to pay the employees more, and that would be on an annual basis.
Yes.
Okay. My next question is, this would be on top of the money the city provides already, or would you expect the city to reduce amounts based on the fact that you now have a new millage?
This is in addition to the money that we currently receive. We have to upgrade these issues. We can't, there's no way we'll comply without them. We've got to upgrade this building to make it safer. That's one of the reasons we're in the consent judgment. We have to be able to show that we're doing the work. This antiquated system that we have is so difficult to use. It makes it difficult for us to even show that we're doing the things that we need to do to get out of this consent judgment. IT is a huge issue there. We've got to make it a smart jail.
And you've referenced the consent decree several times, and we certainly are aware because the city winds up paying for it. Has the court ordered these expenses to be paid?
The court has not ordered these expenses to be paid, but we've not requested that they do that as well. We are working on solutions with our community so that we can, I'm the sheriff of Orleans Parish. This is what I promised I would do: reform, change, and make it better. And this is my game plan to do that.
Yeah, I guess the only reason why I ask is they haven't been shy about ordering things in the past, I think, as we all know. So that's all. Please explain.
Well, I sent that letter in July of last year about the 3.5 million. We did get the $2.43 increase, but the structural changes to the building we didn't get. I've got to plan for that. That is a daily nightmare for our team. So I've got to plan to fix those things, and with this, we'll be able to do that.
Thank you. Okay. And then my last question is, when the mayor did the parks millage, there was partners here and people advocating for it. And I heard you on WBOK earlier this week, and I saw you quoted in the paper as well. Can you just tell us about some of the outreach you and your office have done as we go to our neighborhoods too, and explain this?
Yeah, we're gonna really put a full court press on during this last couple of weeks as we move towards voting, because we had a number of things going on in the department as well. But I went to legislative meetings and spoke to community there. We've been to community events that dealt with the New Orleans United Front. We've been to a number of events where we talk about this millage constantly. And then, of course, we're asking our employees, this is all about them. We're asking them to be a ground force for us to make sure that we can get this word out.
Thank you. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. It's like you teed it up for me, Mr. Chair. Sheriff, first, good morning to you.
Good morning.
The reason for the millage, I think I certainly understand what you're aiming to do, and we do want to do everything that we can to support the deputies who work for you and your staff. My concern about the millage, though, is the outreach and the overall kind of transparency around how the money will be spent, and kind of the short timeline that you're operating under. Because what I keep hearing from folks out in the community is they're kind of shocked that they just heard about this, and they don't feel like they have the details. And you and I both know that tax millages, any type of tax increases, is incredibly difficult to pass. I look back to when we did the early childhood education millage on the amount of work and time that we put into that, and we put that on the ballot at a time when we knew we had plenty of time to work through it and do a lot of outreach before the election day came. So you've got roughly, early voting is Saturday on the 15th, and election day is 2 weeks away. I get it that you're hitting some community meetings, but what else are you doing so that people fully understand how the money will be utilized, the transparency around it, and the outreach? So I'm trying to understand more of how you're going to really ramp things up.
Yeah, we're going to be really on the air as much as we can going forward. Every station we've reached out to, we're going to be on the radio. We're going to put together some mailers as well to put out there that are educational in nature. But if you look at the ballot language itself, and this is how I study for voting, and I don't know how people are saying I'm trying to be not transparent about something. This is out there. It's been out there for a while, and it says exactly what we're planning to do with this money. It is in lieu of millage. It is upping our 2.8, but we're also providing for salaries, equipment, and training. That's what we're trying to do. So there's nothing hidden here. We wanted to be strategic though about using our bump from Mardi Gras. We had a very successful Mardi Gras season, and we wanted to parlay that into something that we have to be compliant with this consent judgment. So we can kick it down the road, or we can keep rolling. And so we had to keep rolling. There's been some changes in our department, critical folks that were helping us with that. So we've had to pivot from that, but keep moving. And one thing I'm very proud of the men and women of this department, whatever gets thrown in our path, we just keep rolling. And that's what we're going to do here. The language of the millage is it says exactly what it's for.
And it looks like it's roughly $87.50 annually. And that's based on the home value of a $250,000 home with a homestead exemption.
That's right. It's an additional around $47 from what is currently being paid.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Chairman. In listening to your comments, first of all, thank you for Mardi Gras. And I think I want to use a phrase based on what you said for Mardi Gras and based on what you hear asking for and appealing. Is it safe to say that you helped to save Mardi Gras, but we could lose the jail if you don't get the money that you're asking for?
Yes, sir. And I've been talking about this since we got in. We assessed this early on and knew that these changes had to be made since last year. And I've been talking about them in the budget meetings and before the budget meetings. I've not been shy about the need for more funding.
Okay, so Councilmember Moreno just asked you about what I think was appropriate for those of us been around politics a little bit was the process of how you get a millage pass. So Save Mardi Gras, struggling to run this agency because of funding. What did your preliminary polling show as it relates to people supporting this millage? What did the numbers look like?
We did not have a preliminary polling done. We have to renew this millage no matter what. It is running out and we have to renew
So you're going to do it anyway.
We have to do it anyways. We've got to renew this millage. We've got to continue to pay for these buildings that, you know, and then we have to fix the house. The house is less than 10 years old, but it's still got things we have to fix in it. So we got to pay for it, the current house, and we got to fix what's wrong in it as well.
But in terms of process, and, you know, you're a real good administrator, but, you know, politics is involved in a lot of this stuff. You know, usually you want to get the public's temperature, right? Especially given what's happened with a few other villages. I think we've had a few fail. So you didn't test the water at all?
We did not.
Okay. Now, was there a reason other than just urgency for that?
No reason other than urgency. You know, we went from when Mardi Gras took everything. It took all of our resources to do that and run the jail, and that was it. When we stopped, when we were over with Mardi Gras and moving on from there, that was about what was that? When was Mardi Gras? Well, so right after that, we started working on the millage, getting the information together for the millage.
Right.
One of the things that you have to do is put together, like, we have to make sure that you know all the work that we've done that tells you that we need this millage. We surveyed our employees to find out what the issues are. We looked at a pay plan and put a study together about that. We've done the work to support this millage. So now it's time to go.
Now, how much this millage campaign, how much you think it's going to cost in terms of public education? You want it to pass, right? You know, just like as an elected official, how much you think it's going to cost?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I am a relatively new politician. If I had to guess, what, $50,000 to $80,000, which I can't spend public funds on polling and a number of these things. I just can't do that. So,
what did your political advisor tell you it would cost? politicians need to have a political advisor.
Yeah, we've got, there are people that I speak to, they're, again, we heard anywhere from 50 to 80,000, something in that for a bare bones type of campaign.
Okay, but you're not asking for bare bones money. You're asking for money to put some meat on the bones for your employees.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
I'm not
sure what the question is here, Councilman.
No, not, look, it's important here because if this doesn't pass, you might have to revisit it, right? And restructure it.
Yeah.
And bring some people in. So part of this process, everything is in attack. Everything is about building relationships, because if this is important, there's some people up here that might be able to help you if it doesn't happen, or could have helped you while you were building some momentum. And if you want to keep it real, if you ask me what's the point, you had some momentum to do this if you could have attached it to what was going on with Mardi Gras to build a campaign to get this where we wouldn't be guessing.
Yeah. Well,
We didn't take advantage of that.
Well, I disagree with that. I've been talking about this for the entire year I've been in office. I've been talking about it every chance that we get out here. I've been talking about.
You know what the chances of this passing on that?
I don't.
I got two other questions. Why aren't we using the word recidivism anymore?
It doesn't take into account that we're just using the number of times they've been arrested, because we can't take into account if they've been convicted or not. So we're trying to just say, okay, these are things that we can factually say you've been arrested. I don't know if you've actually been convicted. So we can't say they've actually committed a crime unless we know if they've been convicted.
But I mean, recidivism is a powerful word. It's from the Latin recidivus. It means to lapse, or fall back. It means there's an opportunity to invest to help people move forward. So it's just the word just doesn't fit with what you're doing, or it's not the proper word?
Well, yeah, language matters, and we've moved to different language as well. And so we want to be factually just accurate. I think, to me, that's just more accurate. They've been arrested this many times, or they've been system involved.
Okay, so take that word out of it now. You talked about the RFP piece, that you said you want the city to be part of the RFP process. Now, has the city been part of the RFP process?
Yeah, we've been, I believe, been speaking to Nathaniel Weaver about it. I'm not in those meetings. I'm not on that committee. We have a set group that handles that. But we know that with the meetings we've had with the city about ARPA funds, and we've talked to them in our meeting as well about that, is that all of our systems and everybody is trying to upgrade their structures. All of those systems have to be able to interact. So we are definitely including them in our process.
So the city has been already, in terms of your RFPs, you issuing RFPs and contracts, city's already at the table with you.
We have not had the meetings yet, but we have not had the RFP specific meetings yet. Those come up after the bid stop, but
you've issued RFPs
met with them and shared the information with them. Yeah, we've issued them, but the meetings come up later this month.
And some other questions. So will the city be part of RFP process moving forward?
I'm sorry?
The city will be part of your RFP process moving forward.
Yes. When we have when we put the timeline in there for the next steps in the process through the rest of there we go. Thank you. Through the rest of the process. So proposals come in through the 18th. Then we'll sit down with all members, including the representative from the city of New Orleans, and go through the next steps, reviewing and grading proposals. So yes, the city will be invited to all of that.
Okay, so have been and will be.
Have been, we have been in discussions with them about it.
Okay.
We have not had these RFP meetings. They come up here. Yeah, so the official RFP process is still ongoing.
Right. And again, look, let me apologize if you took my question in the wrong way, but the men and women who work for you are invaluable, and they need to have the best chance of an initiative that benefits them to pass or succeed. And so there's some things politically, because you're stuck in doing your job. You're not worrying about the politics of a lot of stuff, but the politics of a lot of stuff matters, especially when you're building relationships. And there were you know, there, you could have built, well, there's the ability to build a team to give what you want the best chance of succeeding, because everyone up here, I think, agrees to the fact that the men and women who work for you deserve more. And especially based on the questions that I heard Councilmember Marino and others ask, they deserve more. And we needed to make sure that they get the more they deserve. But, you know, I can tell you right now, based on the fact that we know very little about this, it's gonna have to be a lot of hustling and a lot of advertising and a lot of promoting done to flip where the public is right now. And I think we could have got ahead of this, and maybe if it doesn't pass this time, maybe there's an opportunity to do something different. And I'm gonna recommend that you get your somebody who knows politics through and through. This is a political town.
Yeah, it's just a time frame. And I took no umbrage from your question. I was just trying to make sure I could answer it. I didn't understand exactly what you were asking me. So I was just trying to answer your questions.
Yeah, I have trouble being clear sometimes because my mind moves faster than my little ninth ward mouth. But I think we understand now.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, Councilmember Green, then back to Vice President Moreno.
Sheriff Hudson, I want to thank you for the work that you did, not only over Mardi Gras, but I mean, it's a difficult job that you have. And I understand some of the challenges only from an external standpoint and also talking to you. So I don't want to ever pretend that I know what's going on, but I appreciate the tour that I've had. I've had an opportunity to talk to those who were at the facility at the time, you know, incarcerated, and also both on an administrative level. So I want to start off by saying I recognize that. I do want to ask you, because it's something that you brought up as part of today's budget hearing about the millage itself. You asked for 10 years for millage, but it's to build up the salary structure for all the employees. So I ask you, what would happen after 10 years, for example? Would those salaries then go away? Why didn't you ask for 20 or 30 years, for example? It's just it may be a political question that you all have had a discussion regarding, but if we're looking for long-term stability amongst employees, I would think that long-term would be more than 10 years. And could you talk about what some of the millage would do as far as individual residents are concerned? What programs would be available to them? What expansions would be in place? What would be on the horizon relative to making sure that we don't have such a return rate, if you will? Is that all part of the millage? And could you talk about it publicly? Because I'm concerned that while I certainly understand and know a number of employees and want to see them well compensated, a holistic approach to making change here involves more than just employee salaries.
It was originally a 10-year millage, and we renewed that. What we know is that there are just a number of things fundamentally wrong with how the sheriff's office operates right now. And I talked about those 4 areas: structure, IT, employees, residents. We now have the opportunity to put this money forward to fix that. When you fix a structure, it always costs more initially, but you may not need all that moving forward. So we have to pay for the buildings, finish paying for those. That's a number of millions of dollars that we need to finish paying for. And then but our pay plan needs to continue as well. So we'll have a better idea of assessing what we're going to need going forward after that. But we'll, once we comply with this consent judgment, those costs will fall off, and those are millions. That's about medical and mental health care. It's about a number of structures that are in place. So we'll get a better chance to assess once we get out of this consent judgment and we are complying and we are constitutionally managing our jail. That was your first question. Your second question was about what are we doing for residents?
Well, I'm looking at if you put forth asking the taxpayers to support with increased payments of taxes, the salaries and what you've mentioned in terms of buildings, I think that they would want to see that you are having, especially since you brought it up in your proposal, an impact on making our community safer.
Yeah, can you forward to the We didn't get through to the next questions yet as we got, stopped and talked about the millage, but talk about, let's move it to the next one after that. We know that to deal with the root causes of crime and dealing with our residents, what their needs are, assessing what their needs are and making sure that we can take care of those. We know that our community has to lead the way in doing that. We've already started opening back up somewhat as COVID is under control at this point. So we've got the Travis Hill School, but we need schooling for those who are too old for the Travis Hill School. We've got Girl Scouts to help mothers. We need a corresponding to help mothers who are incarcerated be with their children. We need something similar for men, who are the majority of the population. The Metropolitan Human Health Services District is in there with 2 navigators who do group meetings with our resident, and they are all formally and system involved so they can help them making better decisions in the jail and when they leave. We're working like everybody else on making sure that I believe it's Medicaid can pay for treatment so that when people leave, and we're working with Dr. Avegno and other providers in our community so that we have that good handoff when people leave the jail. 50% of the people are on mental health medications. We need to make sure they keep on those as they leave. We got Goodwill Industries helping us. We have book clubs. We've got people who want to come in and teach all kinds of vocations and help.
Sheriff,
So,
I'm interrupting you only because I kind of wanted to ask a very specific.
okay.
Where's the millage going relative to what you're talking?
So we have to be able to fund these things. So we need to make sure that we have, sorry.
Do you have line items as to how you would be funding those needs?
We'll get that for you. In this particular proposal, we do not. But one of the things that we're doing is we got a funding from Congressman Carter to set up these programs. So we're going to use that to set them up, and then we'll come back as they did earlier in talking about those programs to deal with children, to talk about how we'll deal with all the costs for dealing with all of those the needs of our resident population when they need. But there are economies of scale that we can tie into. If the city has this main program on houselessness, we know that a number of members of residents in our jail are similarly situated. And can we hand them off to that? Can we use that program? So there's a lot more work that we need to do, but we're glad to share information with you.
When you use expressions such as a number of millions for the building and that we'll provide you with the line items a bit later, I just want to express my concern. I think that that's going to be one of the challenges that you have over the next 2 weeks, because I think that people would have liked to have been able to see those answers now. If they
We have those numbers. It's about 8 million. We have those numbers. We'll get we'll make sure that we get them directly to you.
A line item is important. What is the goal that you have relative to salaries for employees? What are you aiming for in terms of what you'd like to see in terms of those who are involved with the jail administration and the like? Because one of the biggest reasons for your seeking the millage is to enhance attractiveness of jobs and salaries
And to
for
retain.
employees,
Yep.
and to retain. What is your goal?
The goal is so that they can see where their career is going and how much money they'll be able to earn over their career. So right now, it's dependent on a number of factors. I think we went to $15 per hour for some employees, but not others. We had others at $12 per hour in the jail. So we just got this raise in thanks to the council last year, but there hadn't been a raise for many years before that. So we need a regularly scheduled, like, longevity increases, some of the things that the city had to go back and do in around 2013, 14 with their pay plan, make sure people are paid for. We have one interpreter in the jail. Is she being paid for that appropriately? We need to make sure we have others so that we're using their talents, their education, and that we're compensating them accordingly for that. So that's the goal of it.
Okay, I mean, it'll certainly be up. I didn't want to ask all of the questions regarding the millage. It'll certainly be up to the voters to determine if they wish to go forward with the millage. I do think that within the next 2 weeks, you have quite a challenge to be able to explain some of those line items that I hear about when I go to community meetings. What is your goal for those who are in the jail? What is your goal for those who are in different capacities. And how does this all make us safer is a big question. It's part of the criminal justice system. So I'll defer. If I have any other questions, I'll come back, but I appreciate you being here.
Well, I'd like to address that. The key to everything is personnel. So when we bring in the outside community to help with education, with training, there have to be deputies there. We cannot scale up without deputies. Can't do it. We're struggling right now to meet the tenets of the consent judgment, and that is making sure they get to their mental health appointments, their medical appointments. That's why I have to pull from the courts, which is a vital function, or the kitchen warehouse, which is a vital function. We have got to have more deputies to do all those things. I've been talking about this and I'll keep doing it, but we've got to be able to, for them to see a certainty in their salaries going forward, know what they can expect.
Realize that I don't deny that. I know that that's a concern. You asked the council for an increase in the salary, and we kind of gave an increase in the salary. And a very short period of time later, you're coming back and saying, well, it sounds to me like there are some other things that I maybe needed to ask for in terms of deputy salaries. And that's where I have a concern. You asked for a certain amount per hour, for example, and we gave it. If I were to ask you today,
No.
what is your goal for the hourly salary based on this for sheriff's deputies, what would be the answer?
We're trying to get in the 2022 range. I think nationally it's around $24 per hour for corrections work, but I asked for more during the budget. We were grateful for the $2.43, but we needed more than that. And so we are moving forward. We do want to be accountable to the voters. That's why I'm putting it before them. So if you want changes, if you want a constitutional jail, you want us to help with the rate that people are rearrested and detained. If you want to have less victims of crime, this millage will help do that.
I do appreciate your work. I want to make that clear, and a difficult job. And at the end of the day, I think the city council lends a lot of expertise and a lot of community support. As you saw what happened with the early childhood millage, the council was very much in support of it, and it passed handily, and it's going to provide a very valuable service. We'll certainly see what happens after the 29th, but I just want to let you know that I believe that this council and its members are very strongly supportive of what the role of the entire criminal justice system should be, including the sheriff's office.
Thank you.
I think that Councilmember Green is asking a really important question, and one that I actually had, and I was reading over this several times, trying to understand what are exactly the salary goals for this millage. And I think that should be an easy answer for you to be able to communicate with us. I think if you can tell us, what is the average annual salary for one of your deputies?
It's $18 per hour. So, but this will, and we'll extrapolate that out for the year, but this will raise their salaries. We have an entire study on this that we're glad to share. It will raise their salaries around $4,000 per year for the next 5 or so years. So there are numbers behind it. There is a method to it. We had help to put that together.
Okay, so so what you're telling us, it's going to be $4,000 per year increase over the length of 10 years, is what you're saying?
Yeah, that is about over 6 years. That is where our study went to, about over 6 years.
Okay. So I think here lies part of the issue as well, that we're just starting, the city council is just starting to try to understand what the salary impacts will be. I think that, as you're putting information out there, should be very clear to the public. It's like, this goes to salary increases. The average deputy makes this much, and this will provide this much more of a raise every year. And this is why it's going to allow us to keep them here longer. I mean, it's kind of just a very, very common sense type of basic information that we can all understand, including myself, so that we see the benefit of what this can be. And it seems like we've really been kind of pulling today on trying to get that information as simply put out there as possible.
Yeah, and we want to make sure we do that. But I do want to reiterate, we've talked about these things. We spent a ton of time on the budget process, talking about salaries, talking about where we needed to get to. I know that was in November, October, whatever, but I've been consistent the whole time.
No doubt
But
about
I
it.
agree with you that we do need to make it concise and very upfront, and
No-
we're glad to do
Yeah,
that.
no doubt about it. We've been talking about salaries for your office, for NOPD, for a lot of different agencies and departments, but now we're talking specifically about a millage, specifically about a tax increase. And the people of the city need to have a very clear understanding as to how that money can be utilized. And I'm just not sure you've got that information out there, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, Sheriff, and I don't want to pile on, but I do want to reiterate, I had a constituent reach out to me today to say, what is my position on the millage? And I said I have no position because I had no information about it. So I think what you're hearing is that, yes, we've talked about salaries. Yes, we've talked about the building. Yes, we've talked about the money that you need, but not, again, tied specifically to this millage. So I couldn't take a position on it. And so I don't know how we ask voters to take a position on it. So I do think that there is some learning that you need, some information that you need to give us so that we can speak to our constituents about it.
Thank you. We'll definitely make sure we do that. And I just want to let our community know that when I reached out to y'all in February, when I had to decide if I was going to put this on and I'll let you know, and then I sent a follow-up letter on that as well. We're glad to provide whatever information you think we need to put out there. We're more than happy to do that.
Okay, I think we've talked about the millage a whole lot, so we're ready to move on to the next topic. Thank you.
All right, so part of the thing, one of the most important parts of the millage is to fund reentry. There's a lot of reentry for people coming home from prison, not so much for those coming home from jail. So this is something that we really need to work on. We currently have a day reporting center, which is part of, helps with the state Department of Corrections, probation and parole, so that people who've been to on probation or parole can come through and get a lot of this exact same services that they need to return to our communities and have a good life. We want to do the same thing for those who leave out of the jail. Young Marines, we had members of our community reach out to us about that, and that was some of the community meetings we've attended. Young Marines is a good program that teaches children discipline, kind of belonging, and also sets them on a path for being a part of law enforcement. We were not able to do that during COVID, and we're bringing that back, so we're excited about that. Our Crime Victims Reparations Unit, which is represented here by Captain Minto and Ms. Howard, are doing an amazing job of helping crime victims and survivors. And Councilmember Harris, I know you've been a part of a lot of that and the dealings with the Family Justice Center. I think the way the city comes together to manage victims of crime, it just gets better and better. And we're always glad to be a part of that and want to make sure we're doing as much as we can. We've talked about the need to make changes. We talked about those four issues: personnel, residents, buildings, and IT. Our capital, we talked about the need for capital improvements. Those design elements are a problem every day. And as the jail gets, as we get more people into jail, that becomes more and more of an issue. That raises the likelihood of injury and or death. The IT infrastructure, we've said this many times, it is facing imminent catastrophic failure. When it does, that is going to be a problem. We've got to move forward. We've enjoyed our conversations with the city about the ARPA funds and what we need to do about that, but that really needs to happen sooner rather than later. So we're looking forward to that.
Sheriff, I'm sorry, can I just ask a quick question about that? Like, if there's a Venn diagram sort of this is the city funding and this is the funding you need, like how much of that overlaps? In other words, of the 30 million that the city is putting towards the IT infrastructure, how much benefits OPSO?
Well, we haven't gotten that full number yet, I believe. We asked for 20 million to change all the issues in the jail. I don't know that we'll get that. If we don't, whatever we don't get from that, well, then we'll use to plan with the millage.
Okay, thank you.
we talked about training and needing to bring in top-notch training to change the way we take care of residents and keep them safe. And then just equipment. Mardi Gras was a good chance for us to get our team equipment that they needed. When we got here, there weren't radios for everybody who were in the cells and just, I mean, in the pods, and just a number of issues that we need to manage and plan to replace and to upgrade and to continually manage and keep operating. And then our mobile command unit, which is an old Winnebago from 2006, needs to be upgraded so that when we are using the booking bus at Mardi Gras and other events to support the New Orleans Police Department, it works and it is available to use. All right, last thing, we talked about funding being relatively flat, especially compared to NOPD. We have nothing but love for NOPD, but we know that we have to do the same here for the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. And that's why this millage is so critical. You're funding one of the most important functions, which is the medical and mental health, which goes up every year. And that's a huge part of the consent judgment as well. We need this additional funding from the millage to be able to take care of all the other issues that we need to take care of. And then we've also included for you and for our community, our first quarter of, or most of the first quarter of spending and revenues as well. And that concludes our presentations. And thank you very much. And if you have any questions, any other questions, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other questions. I have 2 comment cards right now, one from Mr. Burnside and one from Dr. Ray Delaney.
Hi, Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I have no real desire to pile on either, and I happen to respect the sheriff, but there are some things I want to bring to sort of attention in a public sphere. First of all, it is the year of state money. We have a surplus, a huge amount of surplus, and yet we don't seem to have people here saying, oh, I'm going to go up to the state and say, give me some money. So the state has some money, maybe you should go get some of it. Next thing is, if we've got a 10-year-old building that's got major problems in it, we should be clawing back something from the people who built it and or designed it. If after 10 years, it is actually a safety hazard for the employees and a potential death trap for residents, I would suggest that whoever made a profit off that building needs some of it clawed back, and we need to get a lawyer and go after their ass. The next thing we need is the idea of deputy career does not have to stay inside the actual deputy environment. What do I mean? I mean, the United States Army obviously has a pyramid structure. We don't have as many generals as we have privates. It just doesn't happen. And yet people get encouraged to participate in the United States Army at the level of private, and they get encouraged to leave. And one of the encouragements is, hey, we'll pay you to go to college if you bail out of here. You know, there are incentives to be at the lower end of the United States Army that do not involve, oh, I'm going to be promoted to general in 30 years. Okay. And if you go to work in lots of industries, they'll give you 5% bonus for being a veteran. You get some medical care. There's all kinds of good things to having just given 4 years of your life to the U.S. Army. So not all the career of a deputy needs to be inside the deputy system. Certainly the city of New Orleans. Oh, it's yellow. Okay. I thought it was red. Also, 2 last things, even though it's yellow. You should compare your millages to NOPD and NOFD and all the other people who have millages and say it's the same or less or more, and we do this and that for it. And the other thing is, in your report, there's no report of FTEs. We don't know how many actual deputies you got. I don't need any answers to any of that. I just wanted a chance to talk in public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Dr. Delaney?
Good afternoon, council members and sheriff. I just want to speak on behalf of taking the professionalization of the institution serious and ensuring that we understand that in traditional prison systems and jails, things were done arbitrarily and capricious. Now that we have people that are in prison with difficulties, 1 in every 3 prisoner has mental health issues, other co-occurring disorders, perhaps HIV/AIDS impacted, etc. The workforce that is needed at that sheriff's office has to come with a different skill set, and they must be trained and cultivated. $37,000 a year is not enough, but we also understand that it's a building process. and it starts now, the approach that she's taking. And I speak on this point as a penologist. I have written articles on this, and you can check this out. She is taking the right steps. She's working with us at Southern University at New Orleans. One thing that I can tell you that most students are not choosing corrections to go into that industry as it relates to the criminal justice system. The entire system is fragmented. In order for us to fix this and ultimately save our city and the safer cities approach, we need to make sure that we build that workforce that is accountable, that is dependable, reliable, and something that we also can afford, because it can get
30
really
seconds.
expensive. In closing, I'm here to say that I know most of you all, some of you have ignored my emails or make excuses why you don't want to speak after that. Some have not. But I'm here to work with you all because I care about our city. I once was a jailer. I left because the leadership was not there. I left because I can make more money at Domino's. Nonetheless, I'm here to work with you all. My name is Dr. Raymond Delaney. I'm at Southern University at New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah, Dr. Delaney, before you go, you've been one of the, especially modern day leading criminologists in this community. You've worked in the systems at every level. Are you currently working with the sheriff or other officials about how we can move that system or better that system or move it forward?
She has come over to Southern University and we had talks, and I visited with her through the New Orleans Reentry Task Force. And I'm more so focused on the professional developments and training part.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I guess, Sheriff, just to close out, because we ask everybody this, so by close of business today, will we have the salary study and then the breakdown of what the millage will pay for relative to capital improvements, IT infrastructure, pay, training, personal development?
Yep, we've got it all, and we'll get it to you.
Thank you.
ASAP.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, NOPD. Chief, we made it extra cold for you. We know that you like it as chilly as possible.
I
so
can't
we
feel
asked-
my feet.
No, I know it's cold in here. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being here. So if you wouldn't mind, we know who you are. If you wouldn't mind introducing your team.
Sure. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present an update of the first quarter of the New Orleans Police Department 2023 budget. I have with me today members of my executive team, Deputy Chief Jonette Williams, Deputy Chief Lawrence Dupree, Chief Financial Officer Antoinette Bradstreet, Human Resources Director Shelley Stope, and members of my staff, Captain Raven Baptiste and Stephanie Landry. On February 3rd, I introduced my strategic crime plan focusing on reducing violent crime, recruitment and retention, community engagement, and consent decree compliance. Pleased to say that we are seeing progress and are motivated and determined to continue on that path. Year to date, violent crime has decreased by 20% for 2023 compared to 2022. This year, there have been 61 murders compared to 68 murders during the same period in 2022, resulting in a 10% decrease. The murder clearance rate for 2023 is 55.7% compared to 46.4% in 2022, making the clearance rate for 2023 significantly higher. We also have seen an increase in our murder solve rate in 2023, which is 55.7% compared to 52.2% in 2022. There were 104 non-fatal shootings in 2023 compared to 117 non-fatal shootings in 2022, resulting in an 11% decrease. And as I stated in my strategic crime plan, our officers are deployed based on intelligence data and analytics, which is yielded positive results. We have collaborated with our federal and state partners, and we're sharing intelligence data and utilizing resources to solve violent crime, target violent offenders, and remove firearms off the street. This year, 794 firearms were seized compared to 519 in 2022, representing a 53% increase in firearm seizures. Firearms arrests have increased substantially with 478 district arrests compared to 273 in 2022, which resulted in a 75% increase in firearms arrests. We have seen decreases in violent crimes, but we still have room for improvement. There's been an 11% increase in property crimes for 2023 compared to 2022. And it's important to note that the most significant driver of this property crimes increase has been auto thefts, particularly Kia and Hyundai vehicles. We have been working tirelessly with national manufacturers of those vehicles to provide free will locks for owners who have these vehicles. Vehicle burglary.
I'm sorry, may I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
I'm gonna do a PSA.
Good.
And I usually do not fuss the public, but this is one of those times I'm gonna get fussy. Lock your cars. Please don't leave your guns in cars. Please don't leave your valuables in plain sight. I see everybody shaking their head at the table in front of me. Well, I mean, look, I know we have to have this balance with talking to people and you don't want to either victim blame or shame, but we make ourselves soft targets when whoever's breaking into cars see that those things are there. So please, this is not only to help you, to help out NOPD.
Sure.
You want to help out the police department and do your part to help out, bring all that stuff inside.
Chair, let me just say this, and listen, that PSA is well taken because my car was broken into yesterday.
Oh my goodness.
So, and because I left my doors unlocked. So you gotta lock your doors and please don't leave your guns in your cars.
Thank you for that. So, surprisingly, vehicle burglaries for 2023 have decreased by 28% compared to 2022. Notably, the number of firearms stolen in vehicle burglaries have declined from 300 in 2022 to only 193 in 2023, yielding a 36% decrease. And comparing the first quarter of 2023 to the first quarter of 2022, there has also been a 7% increase in total crimes, but as mentioned, that's due to the vehicle auto thefts. However, in addition to the decreases in there have been decreases in murders, rapes, armed robberies, simple robberies, carjackings, assaults, burglaries, and thefts. Our crime statistics are released weekly to the public and can be found online at nopdnews.com. Recruitment and retention, of course, continues to remain at the forefront and also a priority for the department. And I just want to say thank you to the council and thank you to Mayor Cantrell and the Civil Service Commission for your support with the passage of the recruitment and retention package. Officers have received their retention pay based on the years they've served. And so they are pretty happy about it. I was pretty happy about it, so thank you. And in efforts to retain current officers, I've been attending roll calls twice a week to hear directly from the officers, their concerns, suggestions, as well as to offer encouragement as they begin their shifts. Deputy Chief Keith Sanchez of the Public Integrity Bureau and his staff have begun to attend roll calls once a quarter to hear and address any concerns officers have concerning PIB. The executive staff and I have met with panel and BOP and are scheduled to meet with FOP to discuss the concerns their membership may have in reference to promotions, disciplinary investigations, and human resources processes. To retain officers, we're providing the necessary resources for them to perform their duties, including new fully outfitted take-home vehicles, new computers, and other technology tools. Our recruitment strategies include streamlining the hiring process, partnering with local universities with criminal justice programs, remote testing for out-of-state applicants, and utilizing bilingual officers. In addition, we are advertising with the I Support the NOPD lawn signs, banners, and 23 digital vinyl billboards placed throughout the metropolitan area. I hope y'all have y'all yard signs. You don't have a yard sign? I'll get you one. I'll get you some. Thanks. We're working with civil service to restore the police cadet position to create a pipeline to the police recruit position. Immediately after I was sworn in, I assigned new leadership to recruitment to re-energize our efforts. And since then, I'm pleased to report that we are seeing more traction in the conversion of applicants to test takers. And as of today, we now have more recruits than the total number of recruits for last year. 2 weeks ago, class 196 graduated with 11 recruits. On January 31st, class 197 began with 18 recruits and is scheduled to graduate on July 14th. On April 10th, this past Monday, we welcomed class 198 with 20 recruits, and we are preparing for class 199 with 19 applicants currently in background. Recently, we began advertising the new retention pay to hire new recruits and laterals and implemented a phone bank that was headed by my executive team and command staff. They contacted all former officers who recently resigned to inform them of the retention pay. This effort has yielded 4 reinstatements. 4 officers are currently in background. And so we think that's going to pay some dividends for us. We still are continuing to reach out to those former officers. And we also strive to make sure that our officers have, our facilities and our officers are equipped with the essential tools that they need. Over the last few years, the NOPD has made progress in addressing infrastructure needs with renovations and upgrades, as well as the construction of new district stations, including the 4th District Station, which is scheduled to be completed later this year. Property management has committed resources to make repairs and upgrades to HVAC systems, roof repairs for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 8th districts, and also provide routine maintenance for all NOPD facilities. I like to mention that our community partners, the Blue Crew, have helped with minor repairs in several district stations, but I'll share more about that, but that group later. Our new state-of-the-art crime lab facility will soon be equipped with a new DNA lab for the first time since Hurricane Katrina. And we also have recently renovated the offices of the Professional Standards and Accountabilities Bureau and the Alternative Police Response Unit. Renovations to the Homicide Division are also in progress. An investment of over $41 million was made in the purchase of 700 new police vehicles. We have received 75 marked Ford Explorers, which will be distributed across all 8 districts. 30 of those vehicles have already been distributed, with 28 of them assigned as take-home vehicles for officers assigned to platoons that respond to calls for service. 10 additional marked Ford Explorers are expected to be distributed next week. The remaining 35 vehicles are in varying stages of being outfitted with equipment such as lights, sirens, computers, and the like. This process will be completed by the end of May. These vehicles will be assigned as take-home vehicles. We are also slated to receive 49 Dodge Chargers that will be issued as take-home vehicles for detectives in homicide, PIB, special victims section, as well as district detectives. We have assigned 19 of these vehicles and will continue to assign the remainder of the vehicles as they are received. We have purchased over 500 new computers, 200 distributed throughout the 8 districts, and the remaining 300 have been distributed in specialized and administrative units. We've purchased 4 new drones, which have been assigned to Crime Lab, Homicide, the Fatality and Traffic Unit, and the Public Integrity Bureau Force Investigation Team. 2 additional smaller drones are being purchased for the Special Operations Division to utilize in interior spaces. We're connecting with our city agencies and our community partners to create a strong presence in the community. Last month, in partnership with the New Orleans Recreation Department, we kicked off our first ever Junior Citizens Police Academy. The Junior Citizens Police Academy is in collaboration with NORD and other criminal justice partners. It's a 6-week internship program where participants, the ages are from 16 to 17, and the participants learn about community policing, patrol duties, new technology used by the NOPD Crime Lab, and much, much more. Participants will receive a small stipend that is funded by NORD once they complete this program. We continue to partner with local, state, and federal agencies to promote responsible gun ownership by issuing free gun locks and offering community gun safety classes for our citizens. And again, thanks to the mayor and also you guys on the city council for taking extra steps to protect our children from firearms by amending and reordaining section 5428 and section 338. We really appreciate all the help we got from the council with getting locks for cars and different things that helped us with making sure we were keeping our kids and citizens protected. In other community engagement efforts, 29 participants will graduate from the Citizens Police Academy this Saturday. And this summer, we will reignite midnight basketball for 8 weeks of fun in the summer. We had a sample of youth basketball activity last month with the Police Activity League when we partnered with the Youth Empowerment Project and the New Orleans Pelicans to provide March Madness. And it was a group of youth teams that participated in a basketball camp, and it ended with a team game, and it was the NOPD versus everybody else. That was a fun time. We did. I have been engaging the community also by participating in prayer walks, attending church services throughout the faith-based community, and attending community meetings. We also had the opportunity to engage with students from Xavier and Tulane universities, the business community, and neighborhood groups who make up the Blue Crew. The Blue Crew was an effort to support the NOPD by volunteering to help clean up, make minor repairs, and spruce up the NOPD district stations. So far, the Blue Crew has helped clean and make minor repairs to the 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 8th districts. Civilianization is also a priority, and it promotes increased efficiency and provides burden reduction for our officers in the field. As such, we have added over 100 new positions with emphasis being placed in key areas such as police intake specialists, crime lab analysts, social workers, and other administrative positions. We've had a total of 54 new civilians. It is important.
Superintendent, I don't know where our chair is.
But
you know, I've talked about a particular station that has a sign on the front door that says station closed.
Yes.
Could any of these civilians, or are you looking at civilians to be manning administratively front desk so that a station is open and that people can come and walk in rather than having a closed sign on it?
You know, when we talked about it, I immediately addressed it. So of course that sign is down, that door should be unlocked. And so I started thinking about how we could man it. Of course, civilians were a thought, but I think before we just allow a civilian to man the desk, we have to secure the desk areas a little bit better. When you enter some of them, you have to actually ride up on the elevator and you're entering that first level in the station. And I just think we're gonna have to do a build, maybe get property management to look at it, you know, and put some safety measures in front of it, because of course, throughout the country, there have been disasters where someone, a gunman, somebody walked into a station and it was tragic. So when I did think about it, after we talked about it, I was like, we're gonna have to get a little more security in order. And if we have plexiglass, bulletproof glass, or however we do a build up around those desk areas in the district stations, I think it'd be perfectly great for a civilian to actually sit on the desk. So in efforts to retain and recruit officers, it's important we continue to promote within the department. And this year we have had 26 promotions, and that includes 4 captains, 3 lieutenants, 2 sergeants, 6 senior police officers, and 11 recruits rose to the rank of police officer. This summer, we're going to administer a sergeant's exam, and we are in discussions with civil service regarding opening the register for the police major position. The total 2023 NOPD budget is allocated at $196,056,912. This amount represents funding for salaries and fringes, overtime costs, and other operating expenses. Our total allocation for overtime is $9.5 million. Our Mardi Gras spending for 2023 was $2.7 million, which is a $1.3 million increase compared to 2022. Our current budget funds 1,011.47 FTEs for commission personnel and 201.75 civilian FTEs for a total of 1,213.22 FTEs. At the end of the first quarter, we hired approximately 42 civilians above the 201.75 budgeted amount. We have approximately 118 civilian vacancy requisitions in NeoGov. It should be noted that vacancies are fluid, as hiring and separations happen on a daily and/or weekly basis. The personal services budget of $173,413,719 funds department salaries and fringes, retention payments for officers at a cost of $19.5 million, and pension costs at $24 million, and overtime allocation of $9.5 million, and dedicated millage at $4.2 million. Most of the personal services budget pays the salaries for the men and women of our department. NOPD's other operating budget is funded in the amount of $22.2 million, which includes spending for line items such as contractual services. Examples of other operating costs include professional services for police psychologists, psychological and medical screenings for recruits, veterinarian costs, OPCD 911 operator salaries, rent and leases for Public Integrity Bureau facility, a lease for police motorcycles, a lease for the Family Justice Center, 4 full-time DNA analysts assigned to LSP, language interpretation services, Supreme Janitorial Service, services, body armor, and other expenses such as animal feed, copiers, and office supplies. The department received the American Rescue Plan one-time funding in the amount of $3.2 million, which funds much-needed equipment for the crime lab, central evidence and property, the academy, and IT purchases. Unfortunately, we did not expend any ARPA funds in the first quarter of 2023, due in part to having to reassess the original request submitted under my former predecessor. I thought it was important to allow for our new leadership to conduct needs assessments in their respective areas and make recommendations for ARPA spending. Our new crime lab director and the new leadership in CNP were able to conduct a more accurate needs assessment, which enabled us to provide a list of needs to maximize the use of funding for essential equipment required in their respective areas. The newly refined list of the equipment has been submitted to the CAO staff for review and approval. We anticipate increased spending of these funds in the second quarter now that we have an accurate list of needs. Based on our current first quarter spending, we're projecting a possible deficit at the end of the year if hiring continues. So it should be noted in the first quarter, spending is usually higher due to Mardi Gras overtime spending. However, because we are now utilizing quarterly based budgeting, the administration has committed to increasing funding after assessing quarterly spending and forecasts. After second quarter spending, we will have we will be better equipped to provide forecasts for anticipated spending through year's end, as Mardi Gras overtime spending inflates the first quarter numbers, which makes it difficult to equalize spending patterns. And in the upcoming months, we're going to continue to focus on reduction in violent crime, retention and recruitment, community engagement, and consent decree compliance. We'll continue to use the resources that the administration and you, the council, the administration and the council have given us to the best of our ability to continue to serve the community. Again, I would like to thank the mayor, city council for their continued support and efforts to ensure that the NOPD has the necessary resources to address our public safety needs and keep our city safe. And to the brave men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, as well as our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners and the community, I thank you for your continued hard work, dedication, and commitment to our city. And at this time, I just want to say I'd like to once again express my heartfelt condolences to the family of Senior Police Officer Trevor Abney. He was a true asset to our department, and he's going to be sorely missed by us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. It's a somber note to end on, and a reminder to all of us about this touches people personally and the risk that NOP puts itself at every single day. The only thing I have is about just trying to make things easier.
Sure.
In terms of being able to order things, get equipment. I know Stephanie's been great. But if we can do anything legislatively or rule wise to make procurement go faster or put things in your hands faster, that's what we want to do. And not just NOPD, it's all departments, but a focus on, we see all these ARPA dollars and they're almost all unspent.
Yes.
And so we want to start seeing those dollars spent down. We know how important it is because of the urgency with the work that you do.
It is
important. So that's it for me. Councilmember Moreno.
Good afternoon to all of you. You know, my favorite page in your presentation is that civilian hire page.
Of course.
Yes, yes. I just want to really thank you all, you Chief in particular, for really prioritizing this.
Yes.
I really appreciate you all, along with HR, working you know, with the little working group we've got, just to whatever tiny things we need to do to make this process move along. We're there to all work together on this. Badly needed. 54 new civilian hires. It's huge. The alternative police response hires, it's at what, 36? Looks like on the slide, and And then we've got the police,
It's 21.
21,
Uh-huh.
and I guess 36 total are
Yes.
needed.
Yes.
And then how are we doing on the police intake specialists?
We are, that's the intake specialist.
Okay,
That's
okay,
the
because
same
we have
thing.
police investigative specialists, which lists at APR, and then police intake specialists at 25 needed.
That's the 25 is a total number of vacancies we had for the APR unit. And we filled 19, how many? 21. We have 20, we filled 21.
Got it. Okay, well, bottom line, I'm just glad to see that we're really making progress in this regard. I think it's long overdue, and thank you for prioritizing this. My other question has to do with NOPD recruitment overall. Because, we've got all these incentives in place. I also have worked with Speaker Schexnayder on additional incentives that the state wants to put in for new law enforcement officers, which I think will be helpful. But Chief, you and I have been talking about for quite some time, and I know you're prioritizing this, but I think the public needs to know. Tell us about the ways that you are working to reform the NOPD into a place where officers want to be and want to work in. And then what can the council do to assist you in your mission there?
It's probably a number of things. And I mentioned in my presentation about going to going to the district station, going to the roll calls, choosing 2 districts a week to actually go to those roll calls. It's important to go out and see them. They need to see my face. They need to understand what messages that I want to give out. Even my executive team and command staff, messaging is very, very important. And so I actually go out myself and speak to the officers in the districts, and I give them the opportunity to talk to me, ask me any questions. And I also have an open door policy. They can make an appointment with my secretary and meet with me in my office, or give me a call if they have any ideas, or they just want to talk about something. Because I just think people don't understand that sometimes our officers just want to be heard. They just want to know that somebody is actually listening and want to do something about it. So, and that's why we met with panel and BOP. We got with them, the executive team, and say, what do your members want? What is it that going to make their job easier? Is it a car? But basically they told us it's a disciplinary process. It's a promotional process. And so with that, we are going to get together and go over the disciplinary matrix and make sure that some violations don't have too harsh of a penalty or too less of a penalty. But we're going to work with those organizations on that, but because we want everybody to be represented in the room. And then that's in efforts to be fair and equitable, and listen to what the members are saying on the police department. And also with, because you're right, it's not, it's really not about pay. It is, but it isn't. Yes, we all need to make some money to take care of our families and ourselves. But these people are committed to this, and we want to treat them well. So I think if you treat your people well, you're going to get a better result. And so far this year, we haven't had too many. We had about 5 or 6 people retire. We had 14 resignations, but it's much lower than the pace we were going last year. So I think people are starting to see the change. We are starting to address some issues in, again, with the disciplinary process, with the vehicles, with the district stations, all the tools. We're giving them all the tools that they need. Drones, as much technology as they can handle and as we can find, bait cars, cameras, whatever it is that we can do to assist them in doing their job. They're seeing the change. Those processes in recruitment, we're starting to streamline those. I sat down with the new leadership that I did put in over at recruitment, Lieutenant Nicole Powell, and I said, let's see, what is it? Let's look at all the criteria and see, is it fair? Prior to former Superintendent Sean Ferguson leaving, he had moved around some of the criteria to make it easier. And so I looked at it again, and there's some things that were minor that we could not take off as a criteria, but make less of a priority. And then definitely with civilian hires, that process definitely needed to be streamlined. At some point, they were being vetted just like police recruits were being vetted, and it was just too high of a bar. So we also are revisiting that to make sure that process can go a little quicker. It has, and instead of taking a month, it may take 2 weeks to vet those civilian employees, so we can fill those vacancies that are now there for our civilian hires. So we're doing a number. But more importantly, I think the most important thing for me is that I'm listening. I'm listening to the officers, I'm listening to the community, and that's why I make it my point never to say no to being an invite to a community event, because I want to understand and hear what people are saying. I just went to a meeting the other day. It was called the Next of Kin meeting that the homicide unit holds. I don't know if you guys have ever been, but I got the opportunity to speak to a whole room full of family members of victims of murders, and they want you to listen. Very good people. They listen to me. I allowed them to ask me whatever questions that they wanted to, and I assured them that our homicide detectives would keep in contact with them. And I had one lady come up to me and say, this guy is the best. He called me every week, gave me all the information I needed. And that's how my son's murderer was arrested and now convicted. And she said, you have some of the best people here. And so that's the things I like to hear. And I want to make sure I support my officers, whether it be in homicide, working the street, SOD. It's all the support. They need to know that the support is always there.
Thank you for your answer. And I think the whole piece about listening is so key. And thank you for taking the meeting with family members of those who have been lost to violence in our city. Because when I've taken those meetings, that's exactly what I've heard, that they felt that they weren't listened to, that they felt no one was giving them information, that they couldn't get a hold of someone. Same thing with victims of sexual assault.
That's correct.
And so thank you for taking those meetings. And I would just also, of course, and I'm sure you're probably already doing this, but suggest that your entire leadership team have that same kind of vision to ensure that they're always listening as well and taking into account not only what officers are saying, but for those who they encounter out in the field, the community is saying as well.
And I would, if I didn't make that clear, my executive team is with me every step of the way. They're going to meetings that way. I'm going to meetings that, whether it's a community meeting or something that the community needs us for or wants us to do. I really think I did a really good job in selecting my executive team, because they are pushing down that message, those messages, important messages to the command staff. And then, of course, it goes down to the rank and file, and we're getting things done, but they are doing an exceptional job. And that's from consent decree issues to employment, hires, and civilian hiring issues. They are really working hard, doing research on new technology with Deputy Chief Dupree is heading that, so we're looking to do everything that we can to support the men and women on the New Orleans Police Department, so that we can make New Orleans a safer city for the citizens and visitors that come here.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green and Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
And thank you for leadership that has joined you today. I'm going to take a couple of minutes, because when something is good, it needs to be emphasized. I want to commend the members of the New Orleans Police Department for their constitutional policing, for the recognition that has been given and the recognition that is well deserved. I have asked to be incorporated into basically news that comes out. And so I go through my district and I see police at work, members of the police department at work. And I want you to bring a special message to representatives in the Special Ops Division. I don't know why it's been the case, but since I've been in office, there have been 6 occasions on which special ops have had to be called out into my district. In one instance, police officers were shot at and did not return the fire, secured the premises and the area, and also rescued someone who was in danger. There was another instance where the special ops team was involved with a situation in which a 9-month-old baby was held. captive. Those incidents have all ended. And in one instance, tear gas had to be used because it was just something that had to be done. But in all instances, and I don't think the media mentions enough, there was no loss of life. There was no need to take action that involved the use of firearms. The suspects or the perpetrators surrendered, if you will, because of the negotiations that went on, because they knew that there was not going to be a reason to escape. So at the end of the day, the members of the New Orleans Police Department and its special ops team have done a great job in what I've seen in 6 instances in my particular district. And I appreciate that work. And if you could pass that on to them, it doesn't get said much.
Absolutely.
talked
They,
about
they
much.
really are
Right.
a special group. They're, highly trained, highly functioning group of individuals. And it's a really important part of our police department because of all the across the nation, all the things that are going on with active shooters and different things like that, protests, everything. That is our unit that we look to a lot of times to assist or support. And so we really do appreciate them, and I definitely will pass your message on.
Okay. I want to also thank those members of your department and you for the work that you've done on Claiborne Avenue. It's made a difference. Unfortunately, I can look back and I see too many instances where people have been hit by cars in the past. There have been deaths on Claiborne Avenue.
Right.
What you've done is presented an opportunity for those who are lawfully engaged in business to conduct their business, but also you stop those guys who for some reason think that it's a good thing to engage in donuts and stunt driving that puts other people at risk around them. So I've had a chance to talk to those officers, and I know of their professionalism, the way they've explained what they're doing to members of the community. So I do want to ask you if you will commend the members of the first district for that work that's being done on Claiborne Avenue. It's made a difference. And it's important to recognize that we're not stopping the people from doing business who are doing business in the right way. It's just that not everything goes in the city of New Orleans. It's not cultural to be calamitous. At the end of the day, you can do the job and do business, but you don't have to infringe upon other people's rights. So I appreciate the work.
I agree, and I'll give Captain Allen in the first district your message.
Okay, if you can give a message to the third district. Recently, members of the New Orleans Police Department working with parole and probation and also the state troopers and the FBI surrounded a house on North Russia Blaze Street. Quietly, without much fanfare, conducted an operation which resulted in 11 arrests, the recovery of stolen vehicles, and also the removal of guns from the streets. That community appreciates it. If nobody else has said it, I'm telling you that I know the members of that community, and they were tired of hearing the gunshots. They were tired of hearing of the fatalities that have taken place. It doesn't mean that there won't be fatalities, because there actually has been one since then. However, the reality is that particular community, that historic community of the 7th Ward, appreciates the professionalism that was shown, and also the fact that the arrest took place. I know that one of the frustrations of a police officer is the arrest take place, and sometimes the incarceration doesn't last long enough to make a tremendous difference, but that is not on the members of the New Orleans Police Department, who conducted a very professional operation. So I do want to thank you for that.
And that's an example of what is in my strategic plan about paying attention to the analytics, the data, and deploying those collaborative units by state, federal, and local partners to those areas, and actually making good cases and arrest on people who are out there committing some crimes. And just like you said, we don't control whether they stay in jail or not, but this case, it actually stuck. We went to the magistrate hearings, and these people have not been released. The bonds are, a really decent amount. So we're happy with the way that's going. And again, I think the strategic deployments are working. Those collaborations with our federal and state partners are paying dividends.
And we don't ever want to necessarily see anyone incarcerated if they don't have to be incarcerated.
Absolutely.
I think we all agree with that. And no police officer wakes up in the morning saying, my job today, I'm going to go out and incarcerate people. But the reality is that if you're going to keep our community safe, sometimes that's part of the job. It's a very important part of the job. And last year, the members of the New Orleans Police Department participated in 3,600 arrests. on a constitutional basis. Very few complaints that were raised by the public relative to the professional nature and also the need for those incarcerations. I appreciate it when I talk to officers who say, even when they see something in terms of people not being incarcerated long enough, sometimes for even their own protection, that's part of the job, but it's their job to do the front end and to be the first responders and to sometimes put up with sometimes the confusion and also the instability that they see in terms of the rest of the justice system. So I appreciate the fact that you as a longtime professional recognize that and have imparted that amongst those who you lead, that's part of the job and that at the end of the day, it makes a difference what they're doing every day.
I'm absolutely proud of the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department. We have put those reforms in place. They have absolutely embraced and accepted 21st century constitutional policing. You don't hear of those incidents as you do in other states around the country and other departments, the excessive force, all those the violating someone's rights, that you do not hear that here in the New Orleans Police Department, because we have put those reforms in place and the men and women have actually embraced, accepted, and that's the way we work constitutionally. That's the only way we work.
Can you talk to the members of the community about how they can work more with the New Orleans Police Department to help make our city safer?
It's so many things like they were talking about for the PSA PSN about guns and
Yes.
just to protect your things, locking your cars, not leaving your guns in cars. If you see something, please call us and let us know. If you want to remain anonymous, you want to report a crime, call Crime Stoppers. There's so many ways that you can assist the New Orleans Police Department. You join the Ring camera program that we have. Just in case a crime is committed and it's caught by your camera, we can have access to that footage, not your camera, your footage. And just really support tell our officer thank you, or just be understanding that we are human beings just like anyone else, and we have the same issues everybody else do, and we are really out there trying to do a good job in keeping public safety a priority and making our city a much, much safer place to be, and even addressing all those quality of life issues, not just the crime issues, but the quality of life issues. We know that's important. So they just keep supporting us the way that they have. And I just want to say we have so much community support. It is overwhelming. And that's a joy for me. To have so many different people reach out and say, how can I help, or what can we do? Or we'd like to do this for you. And I appreciate each and every one of those organizations, community groups, foundations, everyone that has helped us and is going to continue to help us, supporting us while we make the city safer. I really appreciate it.
Congratulations to the police department, and a lot has taken place during your leadership, but there have been hires of civilians. There have been hires of
Yes.
officers. So pleased to see the recent academy and to know that there are a number of officers in the new academy. Talk to our citizens and encourage them to join as a civilian or as an officer with the New Orleans Police Department. Why?
If you want to be a part of one of the best police department in this country, please join the NOPD.
Right.
Go on our website. The applications are there. We have many vacancies for police recruit, civilian positions, police intake specialists, a whole bunch of different civilian positions. And of course, to become a police recruit, the requirements are there. You want to support your community, you want to support your city, please come out and join the NOPD. You want to get in this process to save your city, please come and join us.
Thank you very much. This is my last thing that I want to say, and Oliver will always say I say something else, but I just want to say, and I could talk about going on arrivals. I could talk about the crime rate being down. The crime rate is down. At the end of the day,
yes,
I'm not saying to anybody out there that it's going to be permanent, and we need to continue to be vigilant and to take those measures that keep us all safe. But in reality, there are some numbers that you can't hide.
Right.
It has nothing to do with going on arrivals and other issues like that. It is a fact that for whatever reason, and we'll see if it's long-term sustained, there is good news maybe on the horizon relative to violent crime rates in our city. And that is good news. And I want to encourage our citizens to recognize that it's an effort certainly on the part of our first responders. And also I'll give credit to our city council.
Yes, definitely.
We have funded, when asked, those programs that we've been asked to fund by the administration. We've worked well with you. But sometimes when things are going well, I think it's important to say it. There are some things that are being positively done on your end that are proactive. I think that that's part of the reason that crime is down right now. No citizen should take this as anyone saying that we are anywhere near out of the weeds, because it could happen tomorrow that we have a very serious series of incidents. But the reality is that with citizen support, with your support, and with this council working together and the administration, I think that we're able to have put in place some programs providing the tools to the police department that help us to move forward. And I appreciate the fact that you and members of your leadership team are providing us with the information that we need that helps us to provide that support.
And I said at the, when I was sworn in as interim superintendent, that we all want the same things, the council, the mayor, the police department, the citizens. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing. So it is my commitment to continue to work with the council, to work with the citizens, and also the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department and all the community groups to ensure that public safety remains a priority, to make sure that we are doing everything that we can do to make the city safer and do our jobs, and just continue to support people who they all so much community. It is so much community support. It is overwhelming. I was very surprised, so much support from the community, and I really appreciate that. And if we continue on that path to support one another, the council, the community, the police department, we can't do anything but win. So I'm going to continue again to say the same thing. I said we all want the same thing, and I'm going to do my part to make sure I invest in public safety in the city of New Orleans.
There are 8 high schools in my district and 3 universities plus one other institution of higher education, the Baptist Theological Seminary. They have an undergraduate program. Please let us know as a council what we need to do if we can assist with getting civil service to do what it takes to get that police cadet academy.
We are definitely like on the road there. We've been having conversations with civil service, and they are very open to it. And a thought of it for me came, I know my dad was a police cadet before becoming a police officer. So, and we were asking, why aren't we doing that anymore? So we are revisiting it. We are close to actually posting that. We just have to make sure that the information, the job title is up to date, and see what we can do. Look at the legal side of it and everything, because of course we're talking about 16 and 17-year-olds being a part of this program and seeing what they actually can do in today's police department. Because that program hadn't been doing anything in some time, in some years before I came on, and I have 32 years on. So we're definitely going to move to the police cadet. But anything if we need your support, anything, I promise you, I will contact you, let you know, come back to the council and ask them for their assistance and help. But right now we're talking it over with civil service and seeing how we could get this going as soon as possible.
All right, once again, and I'll close with what I started with. Thank you and congratulations to the police department for the new hires. Thank you for those operations that I pointed out, for example, but there are many others that take place throughout the city. Thank you for making a difference in a particular community where the people feel better because of what happened. And thank you for working with other agencies such as the Louisiana State Police, the federal government, and other agencies to help keep our citizens safer. We have a while to go and a long way to go, but I feel comfortable that we are moving in the right direction of the city. And I want our citizens to stay diligent and stay focused, and let's continue the effort to help reduce the crime in our city and make our city safer.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Chief, as always, thank you. I'm not going to belabor this. I'll try to kind of rapid fire bullet points. take-home cars in that policy in terms of helping with visibility. Where are we with that now?
But the CAO has, go back and change one more thing to it. I want to say it has to do with the distance or miles that you can travel outside of the parish with those cars, and then I think we'll be ready to go with it.
Do our officers have to pay a personal stipend to you to have take-home vehicles? And if they do, why?
Just like we do now. We all who have take-home cars, we pay, it just depends on how far that you live out. The total cost stuff, you know, it's a $40 for I think it equates, yeah, it just depends on how far. I think
Does anyone who lives in the city
have to pay.
have to pay a stipend?
Yes.
Why?
Why?
Yeah,
It's under the CAO policy.
then how do we end that?
We probably have to confer with the CAO. I think every 2 weeks I'm pay like $20, $17 or something like that every 2 weeks. So it's based on how far you live from where you actually work. The miles.
So they're helping with visibility, but then which, especially since recruitment is low, but we're charging them a stipend to take the car home to an area in New Orleans. That seems counterproductive.
Under the CAO's policy, yes.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna have to talk to our budget chairman and maybe we need to take a look at that. Recruitment and retention is gonna be the order of the day.
Yes.
It'll be the order of the day without these joint committees. It'll be the order of the day with the Criminal Justice Committee until we get to a point where this settles. But had an hour-long conversation with Jeff Asher this morning. You know, I talked to a lot of leading criminologists. They say we seem to look like we're in the period of when we peaked. And that's hopeful. The signs we're getting right now as a 31-year veteran officer, you know, we've seen those trends. I mean, do you agree with that? Do you want to just wait before you agree with that? But they're saying the trends seem to say what you've done in a short period of time, and it seems to have gotten us to an area where there's some potential stabilization.
I kind of want to reserve a comment because it's only been 3 months, but I'm gonna say this. It can peak. It can it's on the individual leadership. At the time it's either rising or it's decreasing. I think that you have to continue to find, whoever the leadership is, you have to continue to find ways to sustain that decrease in crime, to sustain those clearances that you're getting in homicides. And sometimes we have to keep continually changing. You can't become complacent in it in law enforcement. Definitely can't become complacent in policing because things are evolving and changing all the time. So you have to have an open mind to try new things, to try different things, to continue that trend with crime going down. So that's what I'm going to continue to do. So I'm hoping it's not leveling off. I'm hoping we continue to going down in violent crime, and we're taking that turn going down in those property crimes.
You've been lauded by many of the experts for proactive policing. That's the words they've used when I've either interviewed them or talked to them or seen them on media or listened to them on other stations. They've said that this chief has started some proactive measures. Does proactive policing jeopardize constitutional policing?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't believe that it does. I think with the reforms that we have in place, we can do proactive, reactive policing, but I think now we're in a different era. We can't be reactive anymore. We have to get in front of these things, and we can do that in a constitutional way. Those reforms are in there. The police department is a young police department. Most of the police officers that are on the police department right now probably have on average about 5 years. They know nothing but the reforms of the federal consent decree. Like I've said on many times, I've said it on radio shows to the federal judge, you know, the consent decree was absolutely necessary at its inception. And we've done the work. We put those reforms in place. And we think we are substantially compliant with the federal consent decree. But we are definitely want to and going to continue to work with the monitoring team, with the federal judge, with the DOJ, and getting where we need to be to go to the next phase of the consent decree, and that's the self-monitoring phase. I know together, we're working together with the federal judge, the DOJ, and the federal monitors. We can get there.
You've been questioned, and the administration's been questioned about the position in terms of consent decree. When you look at the Seattle model, I think I forget the name of some of the other cities that were under consent decree, but the leadership fought to come from under, because they didn't just lie down.
Right.
They challenged the federal position. They challenged the monitors, and they were actually benefited from that because they were allowed to come from under the consent decree, while one or two items remain. Talk about that, because some of it's being presented is that that you guys were starting a fight that wasn't necessary, but in talking to federal people, they're saying if you don't fight for yourself, then they'll continue just doing what they're doing. You also have to not only show the ability that you're adhering to the consent decree, but also create an atmosphere of willing to say, hey, look, we're ready. We think we're ready now. How important is that?
Correct. And just let me say, I have the utmost respect for Judge Susie Morgan,
Yes,
the court,
about the judge.
and also the entire monitoring team. And after having some time to assess things, I thought it was very, very important to really focus on moving along in the consent decree. I had a meeting with the judge. I spoke to her. I stated my position about really wanting to tackle the areas where we needed to move forward in. And with that, I think it's important that people know we think we are at 87% compliance. And we think that is substantially compliant. As you mentioned in Seattle, they were at 85% compliance, and they were allowed to move on. And they still had at least 2 or 3 areas to look at. In I think the only areas that we are still should be working on is bias-free policing and stop searches and arrests. We are going to continue again to work with the monitoring team to put those reforms in place so they can get to that number where we are, that 87% or even more. So it's a work in progress. I think there needs to be some more communication about consent decree compliance, where we are with any different a number of paragraphs. That I think that is what my stance is. My stance is to let's get to consent decree compliance. We appreciate everything that the judge did as far as civilianization and things of that nature, but we really need to focus on consent decree compliance because it is jeopardizing the morale of the rank and file.
I want to talk a little bit about the future as we, especially given some of the experts, and they're saying, this is an interesting thing how these cities over the last several decades, each city kind of experiences the same thing with the laws and the peaks. Is there any science that looks at these trends in America? Because if you study the last 40 or 50 years, all of the cities experience the same thing. Is there any data or information that you attribute that to?
I can't quote any or tell you of any, but I know over the years, I've heard it's a lot of different things that involve economics, education, all that affects whether there are going to be peaks and valleys within as far as crime is concerned in whatever particular city we may be speaking of. So there are other social issues and matters that also lend to crime. So I think it just depends on what's going on in different places at different times, and that affects the peaks and valleys of crime.
I want to ask you about to stereotypes, because this correspondence, I think, lends to that. Someone who was taking issue with you talking about crime being down. It says carjackings, murders yesterday in Kenner. Crime is not down. Kenner. But the stigma is attached to
Me.
you.
I knew, I knew.
Too often when crime happens, even in this region,
Right.
the way it's portrayed, or the way the media, the way people respond, it is still dumped on New Orleans, similar to the negative stereotype that New Orleans East gets. Is there conversations with the media, with people that say, because this person wrote where it was and took offense to you talking about crime being down?
Well, for me, the numbers are the numbers. I mean, carjackings are down. There are some who say that the GOAs are affecting our numbers, and that's why that's why we keep reporting that crime is down. And I don't believe that. You can't leave a body in the street. If you have a murder, it's a murder. We have to count those numbers, and they're down. We had 61 going to get 68 from last year. So, I knew when I accepted this appointment, there would be some people who were for me and some people who would be against me, some who would understand me and some who would not. But I know who I am and whose I am. So I just keep doing my job. It's important that I stay laser focused on doing my job and block out the noise. And I try to convey that message to the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department. I know they are out there working hard. I know they have some extremely dedicated people. I told the folks at the next to kin meeting that I was at, I went on a homicide scene, and I had seen one of my detectives probably like 2 or 3 days in a row, first in the first part of the year. And I said, wow, you out here again, huh? And he said, yeah, I had to Uber to this one. And I said, you had to Uber here, why? And he said, oh, because I don't have my take-home card's broken. I don't have one. And I said, oh my God. I said, is this your case? He said, no, this is not my case. I said, so why'd you come? He said, well, I wanted to come out and help. And that is the kind of dedication that you have in the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department. And so I'm just going to keep doing my job and let the naysayers say what they say and embrace the supporters. And we're going to keep moving on to secure public safety in the city.
Okay, I want to get to these 2 points about visioning out moving forward. If we're given some of the experts say there's a potential plateau here, and we're kind of paralleling some of those earlier times, if we're really there, not that you want to knock on wood, that we are, then deployment strategy, right? There used to be a substation in the lower ninth ward, and being selfish and representing my district, land mass times population times calls for service, New Orleans East.
Right.
Land mass times population times call for service. How do you man each district the same when the demographics and the natural topography, geographics are actually different? Are you looking at doing something differently based on some of the stuff that I just gave you?
Well, we are going to do something different. And I talked about it with my executive team. Of course, we had those 11 recruits graduate from the academy. We're going to have 18 soon, and on, right? So we can't continue to assign like we did in the past. We're looking at the numbers, we're looking at the data, we're looking at the crime.
You got to hold on. That's breaking news right there. No, that's breaking news. That's something different.
Correct.
Deployment won't be the same as it has been for the last 100 years.
Correct.
That's breaking news. Okay, so
we have to put more officers where we're having more crime. And so Captain DeLarge might win, on people, on bodies,
right,
when we get more and more recruits that are coming out of the academy. So we are definitely looking at the data and the crime trends, and that's where we're putting our people.
And then lastly, During the period, especially for a 31-year veteran, you understand this, and especially from a family law enforcement, we had a period of the 80s to the early 90s where New Orleans had 300, 400 murders for 16 or 17 years. You know, so for people who are excited about the violence now, we were averaging 300, 310, 309, 312, 424, 402, 409, 280, and on. And the conversation then was they did the study about how many officers, right? And the study said that for a city our size, New Orleans didn't need as many police officers. And that's a report stuck somewhere on a shelf there. So if we had 1,694 officers then, and we were averaging in a few cases 400 years of murder, did we need more officers? Or were there other factors that still exist that attribute to our level of violence?
You needed some reforms. It's twofold. You needed the number of officers that they had, but you also needed some reforms that, back in the 90s, I was there, saw things that were happening, and those reforms that are now in place as far as constitutional policing, that close and effective supervision, those things were absolutely necessarily needed, and we didn't have it back then. And so were we doing a good job? Could we have done a better job back then had there been more supervision, had there been those reforms in place? Maybe we wouldn't have had as many murders as we did, and it's still those social issues too that also play a part in that. What was our education system? What was the socioeconomical gaps? What are the job opportunities? Different things like that. So those things are never changing. It may be better in some years and worse in others. And I think all of that tends to affect what the crime rate is.
So during this period of recruitment and attention, especially given what the experts are saying, we maybe peaked and headed in the right direction. Will we have some information that says what our city will be right-sized at? And given those other factors happen, right? That like other cities, they say we're right-sized for our population at this number. Can we look forward to some of that type of information, especially since you're doing different deployment strategies and that you're looking at different management strategies? Can we expect something that says the city of New Orleans with 376,000 people, like other cities where they've averaged out, should have these amount of officers? Can we expect that?
Absolutely. We have someone in our professional standards and accountabilities bureau who is always looking to see what best practices are, how we can be better, become better. And I have become like police news article kind of junkie, looking for things on the internet or researching things or talking to different police chiefs and different people in law enforcement and seeing what we can do, what are our numbers where they need to be? What number do we need? What is that number? The number we need to be at to be okay for the population and the amount of crime that we have in the city of New Orleans. So, I have Chief Dupree does a lot of searching. We have Mike Pfeiffer who does a lot of researching. So we're all looking to see what best practices are out there and what we can do to be better every day.
Finally, we'll have the data. Wow, that's more breaking news. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? That's it. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of your time, Chief.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. All right. With NOPD done, we'll move on to the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center.
Your nerves bad. You're pointing down somewhere else. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Oh. Thank you. You know that, huh? You know that, huh? One day. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I'll be in touch with you guys. Next up. Okay. Have a good-
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem.
Welcome here. We're happy to have you.
Yeah, we're ready.
You can begin whenever you're ready.
So I'll start with our agenda. We'll start with a budget snapshot, then we'll talk about personnel, and then we'll take questions. Okay, our 2023 budget snapshot, as you can see, for personal services, we were budgeted for $4,420,191. Year to date, we've spent $897,548 with a remaining budget of $3,522,643. Our other operating, we were budgeted for $3,249,999, and today we have spent $152,518. I will say to our operating year-to-date spent, we have not included our programming partners that will be coming in to provide therapeutic services to our youth. We are just in the final stages of picking those partners and completing the necessary paperwork. So those numbers are expected to change next budget quarter. You can go back 1 second. Our total budget for 2023 is $7,670,190. We've spent $1,050,066 and with a remaining budget of $6,620,124. As you can see, we have utilized $201,000 for overtime, and that the bulk of our overtime was over the Mardi Gras season. Budgeted and actual FTEs by position. As you can see, we were budgeted for 60 FTEs, and for that quarter, our actual FTEs were 42.5. Yeah, we're working. We do still have some vacancies at JJIC. According to our budgeted amount, we have 20 vacancies left, but we do have 9 open requisitions in various departments. And then we also have 3 requisitions in progress. Any questions?
I guess it looks like of the vacancies, 8 are juvenile detention counselor, 3, is that right?
Yes.
And is that well, maybe a better way to ask the question is what is required of that job position?
So it's levels. There's juvenile detention counselor 1, juvenile detention counselor 2, juvenile detention counselor 3, and those vacancies are filled by some by promotion. You can come in entry level as a juvenile detention counselor 3, but you have to have so many years of education or so many years of experience.
Got it. All right. Well, it's good to see that there's basically, the requisitions seem to be in fairly good shape with 12 either open or 3 in progress. And just please let us know if you need anything else. And I think you're making Councilmember Green's day by showing them how you're working and whittling down the employment list.
Yeah, I'm participating. We out there. We instituted a recruitment team, so we attending job fairs. I personally go out to job fairs. We're trying to get the 20 vacancies that we are budgeted for filled. So we are actively, I guess this is my commercial shot, but I'm just saying we need people, and we take formal interviews and informal. We take walk-ins Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Great. Well, I think it's good. Anything from the dais? Councilmember Harris.
How are you?
Hi.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Just making sure that with the 8 vacancies at Juvenile Detention Counselor 3, that the salary is appropriate.
Yes, the salary is appropriate. The juvenile detention counselor series just received an increase. They were part of the increase. And then also the retention pay has helped it's helped us retain individuals.
Okay, I just want to make sure anytime I see a big number like that, relatively big number, just to make sure that you're paying appropriately to the folks that you want to keep and get.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
I just wanted to commend you on the new hires, and also I know that those other positions are going to be filled. I think that people recognize your sincerity and your commitment to this office, and the very fact that you have been able to fill some of those jobs and came to the council and the civil service and asked for that support. I think it's made a big difference. So I'm going to use this as my second opportunity to commend the city council for when the question was asked relative to residency requirements, for example, or when salary increases were needed. The council did vote in support of it, but the most important thing is that you asked for it. And so working together, we're making a difference here. And it's also always important to recognize that it's not just filling positions, but it's filling positions that work with juveniles to help keep our city safer, but also help to provide a service to some juveniles that really need those services. So thanks for continuing to ask and for the hard work that you're doing thus far.
Thank you. And thank you, council, for the support. The support has just been tremendous from the council and from the administration. If there's a need at JJIC, I share that information with John Thomas, CAO, Mr. Gilbert Montano, and the budget director, Mr. Norman White. And so they're making sure that things are in place that we really need at JJIC. So thank you as well for all of the support.
And sometimes I'm quick to say the council because I'm a member of the council. And I think that members of the administration, Mr. Thomas, who are here, and also our intergovernmental liaison, Ms. Richard, or Richards, whatever they choose to say, I say Richard. But the bottom line is that Tara and John, we appreciate your work and also your work and the administration work. The administration of Mayor LaToya Cantrell asking for assistance in certain areas, working with the city council together. We got that done. And I know that we're going to fill many of those 20 positions. Again, it's all about enhancing the quality of life in our city. And in your specific instance, it's all about helping keep our citizens safer, but also provide a service to juveniles who really need that assistance. So continue to ask. Cantrell administration, continue to ask. This council wants to enhance the quality of life in our city. Thank you, John, Tara.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for all of your time today.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the domicile waiver. It really helped JJIC.
Good. We're glad to hear that. Thank you for saying that. And I know Councilmember Green carried that. All right. Last but certainly not least, the health department. I guess I just want to say this as Dr. Avegno gets settled back into her seat again today, that I just want to appreciate the administration, Mayor Cantrell's administration, and the outside agencies for participating. No, it's a long exercise, but it's an important one.
Got it.
All right, here we are again. Thanks for having us here to present our quarterly budget. This is just a snapshot. We, as you know, are heavily grant funded, so it's broken out into general and grant funds. And again, we are spending down diligently. We do have some vacancies that you'll see. We do have some contractual things that have not come into play yet, but will very soon. So we're working hard on this. I had the grant fund in there too. Nope, just a general. Okay. In terms of our positions, these are just general funds. Again, you know, the majority, it's about 2/3 of our positions in the health department are grant funded, which is a lot, but I'm really, really proud of the fact that over the last several years, thanks to the support of the administration, Mayor Cantrell and this council, we started at 96% grant funded. And so I want, on behalf of our staff, to thank you for in recognizing the investment that if you make investment in public health, it really does pay off. And it is our mission to prove that to our citizens every single day, that we are a dollar well invested. So we have about 28 staff budgeted, 34 actual. And then this shows our grant funded, and you can see there's several more budgeted. And some of these are positions that have not yet been realized. It's a grant that we are expecting to get from the CDC in the next few weeks. And so that's why there is a little bit more that are budgeted, because we knew we were getting this. We put it in the budget last year, but we have not actually gotten the funds yet. So we have not been able to hire, but we have job studies and descriptions already ready when we do have the money. In terms of our actual open requisitions, we've got 14 open. These are a wide range of positions. The health department positions are really like no other in city government. We have all of our sort of general positions, or many of them, require either a college degree, a master's degree, or specific experience around public health or other related topics. So it's certain folks with experience that we're looking for, but we do have other more broad categories. And then we do have some specific healthcare categories. We're always looking for a nutritionist, a nurse, social workers, and we know what the shortages in healthcare are like. And of course, those extend to us as well. We have a few in progress. And then some of the open positions actually are folks that are either have already signed on, or we're trying to get a promotion from someone. So we're doing better than we were in terms of our vacancies, which is a good thing. So I'm happy to speak to, again, the great investments that we received both in the first ARPA tranche 2 and in fund balance, and tell you where we are with those. Let's start with ARPA. I mentioned it this morning, but that $20,000 investment in biometric gun safes really is going to turn into a whole lot more, and we're very excited. We have a vendor selected. We've gone through the ITQ process. It was a bit delayed, unfortunately, but we should today be able to start purchasing using that entire 20,000. Our partners at Children's Hospital have already purchased close to 1,000. So we've got a really good pool of gun safes. And we know that there's more funds to come. We were able to leverage that into more money from the American Academy of Pediatrics. So we're really, really excited about what's going to happen with this campaign. The health and hygiene needs, this is 120,000 to continue a program started with emergency COVID funding. So it's the same vendor. Again, there were some hiccups transferring it to ARPA funds. So as of yesterday, we are beginning to process the invoices for the last several months. And so that you'll see that spent. Nothing has changed in this program. Our team really did feel like it was helpful in preventing infectious disease outbreaks at some of our key areas. So we're happy to continue it. The Sobering Center is open, it's operational. It is continuing to see more and more individuals. In fact, it saw 162 people in the month of March. That's pretty good. And that is on par with the volume that we see in other cities. Again, we don't waste any time at the health department trying to get contracts rewritten and amended. We did put this one through the process. And so right now we're just needing signatures, and then that'll be live, and it'll transfer to ARPA later this month because we had some money left on the last one and transferring. Dashboard coming soon. The $5 million for the unhoused populations program, that's what I was talking about this morning, sort of the internal commitment to beefing up our strategy and overall direction and operationalization of homeless services. I believe those funds this week actually did get transferred to Nate's office, which is good. We have a homeless director, so we have that $5 million should be minus what his salary has been for the last few months. He will be directing those funds going forward. The RFP for our expert homeless strategist was re-released yesterday. We had 4 good applicants the last time, but we had to pause it due to some process issues. But I'm excited that we will go through the process. And so by early May, we will start spending that money, or at least have the vendor selected. Moving on to
Dr. Vigna.
Yeah, sure.
You know, this is my
Yes.
my passion project. A couple things on the unhoused population program. Nate Field's salary, probably we need to think about how that goes forward.
Sure.
And where that comes from, and it shouldn't be coming from ARPA dollars necessarily if we're going to keep him on, which I think we need to do. Secondly, we've seen from the nightmare, or the office of night, whatever it's called, Howie's position, that you can't be an office of one.
Right.
And so I think Nate needs to think about how he can get additional support and how much that would cost.
He's already thinking of that. He definitely wants to, and I don't know the specifics, but I know he has ideas for bringing on staff in that office.
The third thing is, I think that's number 3, is that, you know, there's been some weird rumor that we're paying a consultant $5 million. We're not paying a consultant $5 million.
No, absolutely not.
The third thing is, we know the low barrier shelter has operational challenges. We know that there are some physical challenges as well. Are we looking at using any of this money either for physical changes to the shelter so that we can increase capacity, and or operational changes using this money?
Yeah, and OCD has that contract, so I'm not 100% clear exactly what's in. I do know that it is on a 1-year renewal, and I'm not sure if they've added anything. Nate has started to have regular in-person weekly meetings at the low barrier because he's raised some concerns that, you know, many of us have talked about just in terms of capacity funding, you know, how things are running over there. And out of that is starting to identify the needs. Some of them are capital. It's a very challenging building because there's some part of ownership or oversight that's the VA, some part that's not. So property management is involved. But what we've decided is that we need to really be there every week, getting at what's the issue. Is it salaries? It's probably all of the above. And then identifying how to use either some of this 5 million or redo the contract in order to make it run. Because, you know, right now I think we're serving people and it's very important and doing a good job, but over the, you know, COVID hit it hard. And we need to do some more to shore it up. So yes.
And there are additional beds there. So that would be an easy win of just getting additional beds and people into beds and off the streets. If we could actually,
if we can make sure that staff has capacity to serve those patients.
And the physical building itself needs to be shored up. And I bring this up because I did talk to Dave on at DDD, and their commitment to funding the low barrier shelter ends, I think, next quarter. So there is going to be a lapse. And so we need to be thinking forward ahead in the budgeting process about who funds what next and how that gets funded.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to fund balance. We have several exciting fund balance projects coming down the line. We have we'll talk about LEAD first. I know that's near and dear to several of y'all on the dais. There's been a lot of planning around how to expand and then how to appropriately procure the services to expand. I'm happy to say that they've developed and come up with 2 RFPs. They're splitting it into case management expansion and a project management expansion that will cover the 6th, 7th, and 8th. So it won't necessarily be a 6th team, a 7th team, and an 8th team, but they thought this made the most sense. My team spent a long time writing and getting those RFPs ready, and we submitted them, I think, yesterday to procurement, so they should be announced very soon. And so once, again, we're continuing to push for doing those as quickly as possible so we can get the services as quickly as possible. In terms of the Trauma Recovery Center, that has passed your process. I think the only thing we're waiting on is the appropriate signatures. I've asked my team to check on that this morning. I'm not sure if the mayor signed it or not. The trauma recovery folks have already begun the planning process and starting to figure out hiring. So that should launch very soon. And then same with the domestic violence AIR program that passed through your process. So now we're really just at the signature point. The Family Justice Center has already begun hiring additional staff. Obviously, they've had a change in leadership, but I don't think we're going to miss a beat there. And so what they're telling us is that May 1st, the next district is going to come online. I don't have which the next district is just yet, but then hopefully in short order, the other districts will roll. So we're doing well there. Our universal postpartum home visiting program, I'm really excited about. We have been working with both hospitals. Toro is actively hiring for their positions, the nurses and the program manager, which is great. We're walking them through the contracts. So we have contracts with both. They are at the point where I think now they're comfortable with everything in the contract. So those should be routing soon. I don't know that they'll come through the council process as they're less than $1 million. So we're still on track for a summer launch, ideally at both hospitals. Toro is a little bit farther along in the process in terms of hiring and getting trained and all that. But so if we have to start with one, that's fine. We're not going to wait. So still on track for summer. And then what's really exciting is that we're, as part or sort of parallel to this, we are pairing up with Health and Human Services federally. They have a program where they are designing really high quality gift bags for families. We're talking hundreds of dollars worth of wonderful baby swag, like diapers and, really good, all the creams and all the things that you need, but don't want to have to go out and buy. And so the hospitals through this program, not only are we going to be serving the families, but we're going to be able to actually give them some really fantastic resources starting this summer. So that's very exciting. And that, I think, is it.
Thank you, Dr. Avegno, for your presentation both times today. And I just had a question regarding actually part of a presentation that the coroner did for us yesterday. I think the entire city council is really concerned about issues with substance abuse, what we can help those suffering with substance abuse, and the horrible huge number of deaths that are happening in our city, mostly due to opioid related overdoses, fentanyl being the lead cause of it. What is the plan to increase services there? And also if you can kind of walk us through the process too, because I want to make sure that everyone's clear on if someone is overdosing, what is kind of the best approach to take in those types of situations as well?
Yeah, thank you. Because I think one of the bright spots in the last few years during the overdose has been our community and bystander response. So I'm still waiting on the 2022 numbers. I know the coroner presented 2021 numbers last year, and yes, close to 500 individuals in 2021 died of an overdose, and 95% or so had fentanyl in the system, which is a horrible number. I'm really, really interested to see what 2022 has brought us. And I say that because the work of our partners, whether they are service providers, harm reduction agencies, clinical partners, hospitals, and then the work at our team at the health department, over the last year or two, we have seen an explosion of the ability to train and give out naloxone, which is, of course, the life-saving reversal medication. And when we track numbers through EMS does a fantastic job of tracking if they show up on a scene and it's an overdose, who gave the naloxone? Was it police, fire, EMS, or was it a bystander? And last year, 122 people in our city gave naloxone before EMS got there. That's 122 awesome. People who might very well be dead. And I think that is an undercount because there's a lot of folks who might get Narcan from a friend and then they never call EMS. So that same number was 22 in 2019. So we have made really great strides, and it's because of all this hard work. It's also because EMS is then giving take home naloxone as well. So I'm really interested to see what happens. This is one piece of it. We have another transformative opportunity coming down with opioid settlement funding that is coming through the state, that we're working actively with the state. I want to thank the city attorney for helping to, wrangle all that. Every parish is getting money to address this. The first thing we are going to do with it, in fact, the RFP is already written and ready to go the second that money hits the bank, is a needs assessment. What do we have? What assets do we have in the community? But what do we really need to move the needle? That settlement money is not going to be enough to pay for treatment for everyone, right? But it's going to be something that, again, like ARPA dollars, we can figure out how to use effectively and efficiently. So that is a good opportunity, and we're excited to be working with everyone in the community on that. But we can all do something today. If you come, and I say this as a physician, but I say this as a mom. I'm a mom of several teenagers, and over Mardi Gras, I had many discussions with them and their teenage friends and trained them all in using naloxone because I knew they were going to be in a big crowd and in a crowd where folks were maybe using substances. And so they're all equipped. They all carry naloxone really wherever they go, because if you come across someone who is down, who is passed out, who is unconscious, it's not a small chance that they may have overdosed, and the solution might be in your pocket, right? So it is perfectly safe to do what you all learned in first aid, shake that person. Are they unconscious? Feel for a pulse. If you call 911 always, but if you have naloxone, it is safe to give even if they're not overdosing. And if you're trained in CPR, please give CPR. Our team has done a lot of work training folks. We train in bars and in organizations and churches and everywhere else you can think of. And we're happy to work with you to find a training. The State Department of Health, our partners do it. What moved the needle for America in terms of heart attack and cardiac arrest stats is that everybody knew CPR. What is starting to move the needle on overdoses is when we start to flood a community with the ability to be that first responder. And then, call 911 from there. So I would heartily recommend that everybody get trained. Carry Narcan, it's soon to be over the counter, which shows you how safe it is. And I'm really hopeful that we're not going to be at 500 for this past year. Maybe we'll be less than that. And that would be a testament to the work that we all do.
I appreciate your answer. And myself and Sadie took the bystander training a couple years ago. I think it was actually previous to COVID. And that's where we learned about, how to administer Narcan. And it is so simple. It is so easy. And I'd already known from just previous work in the legislature about how even if you administered Narcan to someone, that there were no types of side effects, even if someone was not overdosing. So, I think the more that we can, put Narcan out in the community, make it super accessible, whether we need to put it, libraries, schools, wherever. I mean, I just think it's like, if you can save just one person, it was all worth it, So thank you for your work on that. The other piece that I wanted to talk to you about, because there are always new things coming into the city. And I talked to the coroner about this, and I've read articles about the impact that this drug called xylazine, which is a horse tranquilizer, has been having in New York, Philadelphia, all the northeastern part of our country. And it just seems to be moving this way now is in New Orleans. Tell me what you know or are seeing about this drug. I've had some conversations with EMS about this, and they are concerned, and the coroner seems very concerned.
Yeah, so xylazine is not an opiate, so it cannot be reversed with naloxone. It is a really powerful sedative, which is why they use it on horses, I guess. And just like many other drugs, like cocaine and others might be mixed with fentanyl, just because of the way the drug distribution system works, opioids can be cut with xylazine. So the danger in that is that if somebody's out, you of course want to administer naloxone. And the naloxone is going to reverse the opiate, but it's not going to do anything to the xylazine. So that patient might not wake up like you think they are. And there's not much that a bystander can do. However, the important thing is to keep using naloxone, even if it doesn't work immediately, right? Get that person to a hospital where they can receive supportive care and hopefully just wait for the drug to wear off. But because it's so powerful, it certainly increases, chance of a bad outcome. And then the other problem with xylazine is that when you're using it repeatedly, it can cause that drug itself can cause some really, really bad ulcerations on your skin, which predispose you to a whole lot of other illnesses. And I will say, talking to one of our local toxicologists, we are seeing it. We are not yet seeing it to the degree that they're seeing it in the Northeast or perhaps on the West Coast, but that's very typical of how new drugs come to New Orleans. So that doesn't mean that we think we're okay. That means that we think it's coming. I know that Dustin Miller of the state legislature has a bill to put it on the Schedule 2. That's the controlled substances, because right now it's not on any substance list because nobody ever used it in humans. That generally is very helpful. It's helpful in that it will hopefully limit the amount of supply out there and just provide a framework for both law enforcement and healthcare to work. But again, I would say that the public should be mindful of it, and those who do use drugs need to be really, really concerned about it being in the supply.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I'm feeling too, that it's almost like we definitely need to educate the city about it, just so that there is awareness about it.
Right.
We've been talking so much about fentanyl and the dangers of fentanyl, and I don't think we can overstate that. But then if something else is coming in that is just also incredibly terrible and having horrible impacts in other areas, that could potentially be another danger here. I think it's important to also educate the public on that. I appreciate all of your work and all of the work of the dedicated people in the health department. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that leaves the last man standing, Michael Eric Burnside.
So my name is Michael Eric Bernstein. I live at 2215 Felicity. Some people up there recess themselves because they have some kind of financial involvement in the vote. And so they hit a little gray button that says recess. And then they explain why, and they have a big, long conversation. I should admit now that I have a friend employed by you in your department. So I have a reason to be kind to you. But at the same time, I have 3 points that I want to bring up. First of all, is feedback loops. As an electrical engineer, I keep pushing feedback loops in different contexts, and I think the low barrier shelter needs one. So way back in the day when I was homeless in Los Angeles, which was 1990s before it turned into the hell pit it is now, I was upscale homeless, lived in a car, always had a lock, always had gasoline, always had insurance, always had a license. I was upscale homeless. But there was a rumor going around the homeless community about 3 judges who went down to the Skid Row in the 1990s and doused themselves with alcohol in really bad suits that they had bought from some sort of, secondhand store, and laid out and got arrested and ran through the system. And the reason the judges did that is they kept getting be told different things by the people who were in front of them in court. The police officer would tell them one thing and the homeless guy would tell them a completely different thing. And the judges got to the point where they wanted to figure out things for themselves. So if you ever want to go to low barrier shelter someday, you and I can go down to a secondhand shop and grab some really bad clothes and go down there and see what it's like. Because I've never been there. And I hate repeating things that have only been told to me secondhand, but more than one homeless person has told me bad stories about the low barrier, actually bad stories about staff who work there. So moving on to number 2, I will say that it's hard to determine the difference between overdoses and suicides. There are people who are into self-destruction. And I don't know that Narcan is going to solve that problem. And the last thing I'll touch on is voters organized to educate, has become fanatic about CPR for complex reasons that no point in talking about here since I have a red light, but you may want to talk to them about Narcan and stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Thank you. All right. Well, thanks first to all my colleagues for putting up with all this for such a long time. And with that, Councilmember Moreno moves to adjourn, seconded by Councilmember Green. We stand adjourned. Thank you.